Chapter 248. The people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect were honest and would not play tricks. So even without Gung Ren's words, everyone knew that the final event before the competition should be in this green hall. What is inside? Xie Changsheng looked at this green hall and felt the skin on his stomach grow colder as though he had been stabbed by a sword. He gritted his teeth and turned to ask Gung Ren. Gung Ren shook his head and said seriously, "I cannot tell you what is inside ahead of time. But just now, I have told you that you will be very tired after entering, injured, and maybe stabbed many times. So you have the right to choose to give up." Xie Changsheng was furious. "Bullshit. We worked so hard to get here, and you want us to give up? Do you know how much silver I spent to get a spot in the trials?" Zhongyi looked helplessly at Xie Changsheng and said softly, "Sir has good intentions." Gung Ren was not angry at all. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It is indeed not easy to spend money to buy a spot and eat a bowl of my cooking here." Xie Changsheng said angrily, "Not just one bowl, I ate 4 bowls." Gung Ren looked at his bulging stomach and shook his head. He said, "Then you have to be careful. Otherwise, if you are pierced and the food flows out, I fear you will not have an appetite in the future." Xie Changsheng's chest rose and fell violently. "As a senior, is it not boring to threaten me? This is the sincere suggestion of an elder." Gung Ren looked seriously at him and said slowly, "Some cultivators really have the experience of having their abdomen pierced after eating a full meal. That kind of scene, even if one does not fear death, will affect one's appetite. Even after a decade, one will involuntarily think of that scene when eating, especially when the food you eat is not good to look at, but it flows out of your stomach." Xie Changsheng suddenly froze. Gung Ren's tone was still calm, but he could hear the deeper meaning within. People who had not seen that scene with their own eyes would not describe it in such a calm and sincere tone. No matter who it was, to be able to survive after being pierced in the abdomen in an extremely difficult situation, it was very impressive. After freezing for a few breaths, Xie Changsheng took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Gung Ren. He said in a deep voice, "I admire you." Gung Ren glanced at him and seemed to think that he was the one who was truly bored. "Sir." Zhongyi hesitated for a moment and said. He looked at Gung Ren with even more respect. Gung Ren looked at him. Zhongyi pointed at the Green Palace and asked, "When are we going to enter that palace? Are there any requirements for entering and exiting that palace? Actually, I don't even know what's inside the palace." Gung Ren looked gently at Zhongyi and said slowly and clearly, "I am only responsible for letting you in one by one, but I can guarantee that the arrangements inside will be absolutely fair to all of you. As for the time to enter, it will be 15 minutes after you eat my food. So, you only have a little time to prepare." Zhongyi hesitated for a moment before asking, "If what Mr. said is true, and we are all seriously injured after entering, and we still have to wait for the people behind us to enter the next competition, wouldn't it be unfair? Maybe you will bleed more, or you will have more time to treat your wounds," Gung Ren said calmly. "As for the specifics, it will depend on your own ability." His words were clear enough. Zhongyi even felt that if Gung Ren did not admire Ding Ning enough, he would not have spoken in such detail. While the choice to advance and retreat is difficult, when to advance and when to retreat, you really need to consider and grasp it well. Gung Ren looked at Ding Ning and said. Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, "I choose to enter." Gung Ren did not speak further. He looked calmly at the path Ding Ning and the others had taken. The mountain valley was quiet. Only the echoes of footsteps could be heard. Moments later, a white figure appeared in front of everyone in the hut. Next, it was Yi Haoren who finished choosing his sword and followed Ding Ning and the others. Ding Ning looked calmly at Yi Haoren who was slowly walking over. Yi Haoren still held his cold serpent sword. He did not have any other sword. He had not spent much time in the Sword Valley. Even if he had chosen a sword, it would be a small dagger. Gung Ren looked up slightly and waved his hand at Ding Ning and the others. He said, "Go." It was time to enter the hall. Ding Ning stood up. But unlike before he moved, he looked at everyone and said seriously, "Take care. Junior sect brother, Mr. Geng said to know when to advance and when to retreat. If it is not possible, do not force it." Zhongyi suddenly became nervous. He hesitated and said, "You have to leave the hall alive. Any outstanding cultivator is the Holy One's valuable asset. But this passage is not the final one-on-one fight. Even if injuries are unavoidable, Minute Mountain Sword Sect will not let us die so easily." Ding Ning shook his head and said, "I just want you to remember that you have been poisoned by the 7-leaf powder. Remember to only use 70% of your power. Also, even if you do not want to give up, you have to pay attention to your injuries. Do not let your injuries affect your future cultivation." Zhongyi wanted to say the same to you. But looking at the dots of white at Ding Ning's hair, and the glow under Ding Ning's skin, he could not say the words. Ding Ning turned and walked towards the green hall. What he really wanted to say at this time was that they really didn't need to force themselves, because he really didn't need their help. However, he knew very well that sometimes, friends wouldn't think about whether their help was meaningful or not, but would try their best to help as much as possible. Just like in the bloody storm 3 years before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, some people knew what they did was meaningless but still did it. At this time, the best thing to do was to accept, and not refuse. It didn't take long for Ding Ning and the others to arrive in front of the Cyan Hall. Dozens of stone steps led to the tightly shut green stone door. The stone steps and door were covered in thick moss. When Ding Ning stepped onto the first stone step, the green stone door that was 2 people tall slowly opened. A burst of mist came out and wet Ding Ning's face. The chaotic sounds inside suddenly became clear. It was like there was a waterfall inside, hitting rocks and plants of different heights and giving off all kinds of water sounds. It was pitch black and no light came out. The mist was so thick that it was impossible to see what was inside. Ding Ning did not stop and quietly walked to the door. There seemed to be a very long passage inside. Many lines of water poured down from above. "I cannot sense it, so I have to go in to know what it is. I will go in first." Ding Ning turned and said softly to Xie Changsheng and the others. Then he walked into the darkness ahead. Xie Changsheng opened his mouth, but before he could make a sound, Ding Ning's figure had already disappeared from his sight. "I will go in second." This feeling made Xie Changsheng feel a little uncomfortable. Although after hearing Gang Ren's explanation of the Cyan Hall, he had been feeling a chill run down his spine, but at this time, he still took the lead and stepped into the mist ahead of Zhongyi and Chen Yi. In his mind, the ground in front of him would at most be a little slippery, and he would have to be a little careful when stepping on it. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he took a step, his body had already lost its balance, and his entire body directly fell. There was nothing under his feet. The passage that seemed to exist from the outside did not exist. Countless water droplets and noisy noises hit his body. The whistling wind was like countless pairs of cold hands slashing across his skin. The blood in his body rushed to his brain like a tide, as if it was going to rip open the top of his head. Every feeling was reminding Xie Zhongsheng that he was really falling. It was as if he was falling from the top of a waterfall into a deep pool below the waterfall. Would he not fall to his death? If there really was a deep pool and a torrent below, who could guarantee fairness? Wouldn't the luckier ones not hit rocks, and the unluckier ones be seriously injured? After the initial pause, Xie Changsheng wanted to shout angrily. Who was so perverse to set up such a competition? But he was unable to shout a word. Dong, a loud sound was heard. At this time, he had fallen on a hard object. The great pain and the impact of blood almost made him vomit. Whoosh! He felt his body was like a slippery fish, quickly sliding down this hard object. The sound of water seemed to be close, but he did not hit the surface. His anger was finally overtaken by an uncontrollable fear, and a shocked cry came out of his mouth. When he cried out in shock, a dazzling light had already appeared in front of his eyes. Pew! He felt himself fly out of the light with a gust of air and mist. In the next moment, the outside was dazzling. With another bang, he fell to the ground again. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. The sun shone on the brambles by the stream. The deep red brambles were waist-high and moved with the wind like a deep red tide. Xie Changsheng coughed and gasped as he climbed up from the brambles with difficulty. After several breaths, Xie Changsheng, who had many small wounds on his body from the brambles, finally saw his surroundings. In the next moment, he roared angrily, "Who is so perverse? Who is it?" Chapter 249. This was a plain covered in waist-high crimson brambles. The branches of these crimson brambles were very thin, only a fraction of the thickness of a pinky finger, so they swayed gently in the wind like waves. However, these thin crimson brambles had long thorns that were hard and easy to break. Xie Changsheng, who had fallen into one of them, not only had many wounds on his body, there were also many of these thorns that had broken in his flesh. Perhaps it was because of the magic formation, but the plain, which was covered with waist-high crimson thorns, looked boundless, like a crimson ocean. Only in the far distance, where it seemed like it would take days to reach, there were a few tall green palaces. The sunlight was blinding, and there was warmth when it fell on his body. It was very real. While just now, he had fallen in the dark mist and could not see the surroundings, Xie Changsheng was certain that he had fallen from a high place, and then rushed down a tunnel or a cave to reach this place. It had not been long. So this plain should be somewhere in Skyscraper Ridge, or an empty valley at the foot of a mountain. But in his instincts, it was more likely to be inside Skyscraper Ridge. In the records of many cultivation manuals, many powerful sects in ancient times would first choose a spirit vein as their base. Over time, they would carve the mountain they resided in as if it were made of jade. They would set up matrices based on the mountains, rivers, and winds, or hollow out the mountain, or dig out a huge underground palace, or even a plain. These places were either used to store spirit chi, or to train and cultivate, or to grow crops, or to serve as various storehouses. After many sects went through great changes and perished, these places would occasionally survive until the later generations, becoming what later generations of cultivators called hidden relics and hidden treasures. A place like this was shocking enough for all the present cultivators of Changling. But what infuriated Xie Changyun was that there was a winding stream flowing in the brambles next to him, less than 10 feet from where he had fallen. Since they were both falling from above, it was naturally much better to fall into the stream than to fall into the thorny bushes. Yet the person who had set this up had him fall straight into the brambles. So vile. It's like seeing a person who is extremely thirsty and not giving him water to drink, but putting the water in front of him and then tying his hands and feet to prevent him from drinking. Too vicious. Looking at the stream flowing quietly in front of him, Xie Changsheng cursed the person who had set up this sword trial. But in the end, he could not endure the pain caused by the countless thorns in his flesh. He started to pull out the thorns with a twisted expression. Many people had the experience of having a thorn pierced into their hand. As long as the thorn was pulled out, the pain would quickly disappear and be forgotten. However, if it was not pulled out, the pain would continue. Especially when it came into contact with that area, it would cause an even more intense pain. After a long time, the flesh and blood of the thorn might even become red, swollen, and festering. The thorns in the flesh, had to be pulled out. However, falling from the sky into this thicket of thorns, who knew how many thorns had pierced into Xie Changsheng's skin and flesh? How could he possibly pull them all out in such a short time? Finally, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xie Changsheng chose to give up. He once again let out an angry roar. "Do you know how painful this is? You came up with such an idea, why don't you try it yourself?" Xie Changsheng's angry shout spread far in the deep red brambles sea and did not bring any echo. Ding Ning, Zhong Yi, and the others should have entered this deep red brambles sea by now, but they seemed to have been completely swallowed and could not be seen. There were no hints. Where should they go next? According to normal thinking, the distant green palaces should have the answer, or the exit to pass this trial. But if the green palaces were just a diversion, and everything could not be deduced according to common sense, then so what? It was not easy to travel through this sea of brambles. After shouting angrily, Xie Changsheng calmed down with a black face. He silently examined the surrounding brambles. There were no signs of abnormalities in these brambles. Because this plain was covered by the deep red brambles, even if there was a path in the distance, it could not be seen. Even the stream in front of him was hidden in the sea of crimson brambles after meandering for a while in his line of sight. Xie Changsheng was never a person lacking in courage. He used a short time to make a decision. He walked towards the stream in front of him. So ignorant. When his feet stepped into the cool water of the stream, Jing Liuli gave such an evaluation. Her eyes, which sparkled like colored glass, clearly showed her displeasure. As the organizer of this event, she and the green-robed man who gave off sword essence were on a cliff behind Xie Changsheng. This cliff went up, the top endlessly piercing into the dazzling light as though it was melting into the sun. There was a long and narrow crack beneath her body, from which the sound of water vapor could be heard. Water vapor and air currents were constantly gushing out, and then they were shattered by several layers of gentle power, blown upwards, and evenly dispersed across the vast crimson wilderness. The cliff she was on was completely blocked off by the formation. Xie Changsheng could not sense the existence of this cliff or her. Even if he knew, he could not break through the power of the formation and get close. However, she could clearly hear Xie Changsheng's angry roars. Walking in the stream is naturally easier than walking in the brambles. However, since you fell into the brambles from the beginning, you should naturally understand that such a layout is to make it difficult for you. As long as you are a little smarter, you will definitely feel that there is danger in the stream as well. Also, there are so many thorns in your body. If your wounds are not treated and soaked in water, it will be easier to fester and rot. Before this, she didn't have any judgment about Xie Zhongxing, but after saying that he was really ignorant, she couldn't help but say a few more words. Hearing her words, the green-robed young man smiled slightly and said, "He does not know that this sea of brambles was a test every Minute Mountain Sword Sect disciple had to pass, and naturally has such complaints. The men of Guanzhong are straightforward. But after junior sect brother Qing took this sea of brambles, it has been sealed for 10 years. What did junior sect brother Qing do in here?" Jing Liuli did not answer directly and said, "You will see later." The green-robed young man grimaced and said, "Is it appropriate to just throw them here without any warning?" Jing Liuli turned to look at him and said, "If they only need to consider survival, they do not need to think of anything else. It is not important if there are any warnings." The green-robed young man stilled and said, "It is best if they don't kill." Jing Liuli's expression darkened and said, "If they are too stupid and seek death, no one can stop them." There was a gentle stream in front of Ding Ning. He had fallen just 10 feet from this stream. His body was pierced with many thorns that were longer and harder than the thorns of the cactus. However, compared to Xie Changsheng's rage, his state of mind was extremely calm. This kind of physical pain was nothing compared to some of the physical and mental pain he had experienced. Unlike Xie Changsheng and the others, while he had never entered Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he had a great understanding of the sect. Based on the speed of their fall in the darkness and the approximate time, this deep red plain should be deep in the belly of Skyscraper Ridge. So this should be the legendary farm of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's Qing Yaoyin. Because the master of this generation of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and some people of the Basin Kendo ground had sworn not to interact, Minute Mountain Sword Sect did not contribute in the final battles between the Qin dynasty and the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties. They closed their doors for many years, and did not even get involved in the 3 most chaotic and bloody years of Changling. So many of the best and strongest Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators were able to cultivate in peace in Minute Mountain Sword Sect and grow stronger. In the end, Minute Mountain Sword Sect and the Lingshu Sword Gate became the strongest sword sect in the world. However, in this sect that used the sword, there were also some powerful outliers. For example, the chef Gang Ren, who might be the strongest poison grandmaster in the world. This Qing Yaoyin was one of them. He was most skilled in farming. But what he raised were not ordinary birds and beasts. The legends said that he could raise many strange insects and beasts, and make them form a unique food chain. At the top of this food chain, there would be things that were useful to cultivators. They could be beasts that cultivators could control, or monsters that could produce treasures useful to cultivators. The treasures produced by these beasts or monsters were as useful as gods or demons to ordinary cultivators. So even in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Qing Yaoyin had a nickname, the Demon Breeder. Minute Mountain Sword Sect had once opened several farms for him. The largest of these farms was a plain deep in Skyscraper Ridge. It had once been the training ground of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's disciples, and the deep red plain he was on now. According to the exact information Ding Ning had obtained, this place had been sealed for many years. Then, what kind of unique world had this farm become? Chapter 250. The stream water was not poisonous and had a hint of the refreshing sweetness of mountain spring water. The temperature was also very suitable. Even if one walked in it, it would only be slightly cold and would not be uncomfortable. Ding Ning slowly stood up by the stream and wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. He knew that this stream was very dangerous. Because this stream was too calm. No matter how clean the stream was, as long as there was no problem with the water quality, even if there were no big fish, there would be some small fish, shrimp, and insects. However, there was nothing in the stream. Other than the ordinary blue water grass at the bottom, there seemed to be no other living things in this stream. But after thinking silently for a long time, Ding Ning still stepped into the stream ahead and started to walk. I originally thought that he was different from these people, but I did not expect him to be so reckless. Seeing Ding Ning make the same choice, Jing Liuli shook her head in disappointment and said in a cold voice. The green-robed man behind her also shook his head and said, "My view is different from yours." Jing Liuli frowned slightly. "What is your different view?" The green-robed man with sword essence looked at her and said, "He fought for first in all the previous rounds, so he naturally has to fight for first in this round. Yi Haoran and the others will enter soon. So he is walking this path, not because he is reckless, but because he wants to save time." Jing Liuli's eyes flashed fiercely. Then she nodded and said, "I think you are right, but he is too conceited. Being too conceited sometimes equates to being stupid." She paused for a moment before adding another sentence. Hearing her words, the green-robed man smiled slightly. He thought, all the true geniuses in the world are extremely conceited. Are you not the same? The sunlight was still very dazzling. After the body's skin had completely gotten used to the temperature of the stream, the gentle water flow actually had a certain analgesic effect. Xie Zhangsheng's attention had been focused on the crimson brambles on both sides of the stream. The water in the stream was not too deep, and the brambles on both sides were only knee-deep. However, compared to the brambles on both sides, one's body would undoubtedly be shorter, and one's vision would be even more obstructed. It would be even more impossible to see the situation in the distance. This meant that if there were any changes, they would only discover them when they were nearby. If you've arranged something, can't you make it appear sooner? Do you find it interesting to look at us like that? If you really think it's interesting, then you're really a pervert. Xie Zhongsheng continued to curse from time to time. Compared to other cultivators, he was even less patient. Most importantly, he was already extremely exhausted. Even with the soothing effect of the gentle water, the thorny wounds still sent waves of intense pain into his mind with every step he took. This kind of continuous and intense pain would consume more of one's physical and mental strength. In the past, he would have to walk for 12 hours before he would feel unusually tired. But now, this feeling of extreme exhaustion came at least 6 hours early. Under extreme exhaustion, a person's attention would unconsciously decrease. Especially since his attention was mostly on the brambles on both sides. So when a strange ripple appeared in the calm stream ahead of him, he did not detect it at all. Many moving shadows appeared under the ripples. These shadows were very fast. Because they were fast and dense, when these shadows approached Xie Zhongsheng, who had not been alert before, even subconsciously felt the sky darken. So his first reaction was to look up at the sky. Such an idiot. Jing Liuli's gaze had stopped on Xie Zhongsheng dozens of breaths ago. When she saw Xie Zhongsheng's first reaction, she sneered and cursed. At the same time, her left hand moved slightly. A crimson short flute suddenly appeared in her left palm. The difference between life and death in the world of cultivators was in an instant. When Xie Zhongsheng raised his head, in her eyes, it had already been several moments. So Xie Zhangsheng's reaction was enough for him to die many times over. The green-robed man beside her was already frowning deeply with a solemn expression. However, when he saw the flute in her hand that was made from red coral, he was completely relieved. Xie Zhangsheng's head had not yet fallen. The sound of water splashing could be heard all around him. The tranquil stream exploded in an instant. Dense black shadows either passed through the bottom of the water or directly rushed out of the water, swarming toward Xie Zhangsheng. Even now, Xie Zhangsheng still had not seen what these black shadows were, but he felt instinctively terrified. He was so shocked that all the pain in his body seemed to disappear. Only his scalp was numb and about to explode. A stream of water mixed with large amounts of sand and shattered water grass exploded under him. This was his vital energy surging unconsciously towards his feet. At the same time, his right hand gripped the sword hilt in front of him at the fastest speed in his life. However, at this time, several of the fastest black shadows had already landed on his body. Among them, 2 of them landed on the arm that he used to draw his sword with. A shrill scream came from Xie Zhangsheng's mouth. Blood spurted out of his body and arms at the same time. The front of the black shadows carried fresh flesh and gave off excited squeaks. Only now did Xie Zhangsheng, with his head bowed, see that these black shadows were large black rat. These black rats were not ordinary rats. They usually moved in the water for long periods of time. Their black fur was extremely smooth and stuck to their bodies. Even their wide tails were tightly wrapped in black fur. It was impossible for ordinary rodents to be so ferocious and brutal. When the smell of fresh blood and flesh spread out, the entire stream in front of Xie Zhangsheng exploded. It was as if countless arrows had instantly fallen into the water, but countless black shadows swept up, forming a black tide that emitted a crazy aura. Jing Liuli's fingertips were flowing with vital energy into the red flute in her hand. But at this moment, her brows furrowed deeply, and she stopped all her actions. Xie Zhangsheng, who had given a shrill scream, finally swung his sword. A lonely sword light slashed at the crazy black tide ahead. It looked like a weak candle flame that would be extinguished by the oncoming wind at any time. Even Xie Zhangsheng himself felt the arrival of death. He felt that in the next moment, his body would be covered in these black vicious rats, and then his body would be riddled with holes, revealing white bones. Whoosh! However, what he did not expect was that there was a sudden sound of agitation in the air. This sound caused Xie Zhangsheng to immediately think of the swords of the Jiao sword furnace. Because this sound was very similar to the sound of hot fire gushing out of a furnace. Then, in the next moment, his miserable cries came to an abrupt end, and his eyes widened to the extreme. Within the white misty sword energy, countless golden lines of fire suddenly appeared, and these golden lines of fire completely ignited the white misty sword energy. In front of him, a burning golden cloud swept out like the legendary phoenix's tail. Countless sharp and short screams came out of the burning golden clouds. Xie Zhangsheng's body had already flown up and landed in the brambles on the side. His legs and body were pierced by many thin thorns, but he did not feel any pain at this time. He was in great shock and disbelief. The burning golden clouds swept across the surface of the stream, and all the bodies of the black rats were burning. One could clearly see that their black hair was instantly burned off, and their muscular bodies were burned into a golden yellow color. There were even drops of yellow oil seeping out of their bodies. Why was it like this? How could this sword strike ignite such a golden cloud, and how could it sweep a distance of several tens of feet? Xie Zhangsheng's breathing stopped. His gaze instinctively fell to the sword in his hand. He saw the sword in his hand give off a glowing light. Many golden lines of light seemed to float out of the sword. Only then did he realize that he was not using the sword he usually used, but the sword Ding Ning insisted on him choosing. The brilliant light sword combined with the White Cloud sect's White Cloud sword essence and the stimulation of energies can cause such a change. Jing Liuli's eyes reflected the golden light. She narrowed her eyes and seemed to ask the indigo-robed man behind her, but also seemed to be talking to herself. True shock appeared in the indigo-robed man's eyes. He said seriously, "I do not know. You are the person in Minute Mountain Sword Sect who has read sword manuals and swords the most. I do not think that Forefather Ju knows more than you. Even you do not know, but Ding Ning knows. Is this a coincidence?" Jing Liuli turned and said to the indigo-robed man, "Maybe Forefather Ju just happened to know. Maybe he read some records from other dynasties. Other than these coincidences, I cannot think of any other possibilities, the indigo-robed man said with a grimace. Jing Liuli put away the red flute in her hand. Her gaze landed on Xie Zhongsheng in the deep red plains. Displeasure appeared in her eyes again. She said coldly, "You got lucky with this sword." When she said this, Xie Zhongsheng did not feel lucky at all. The threat of death he sensed had not disappeared. The deaths of the rats did not intimidate the other rats. The wild black tide was still charging out of the stream towards him. At the same time, he sensed an unusual throbbing from further away. Chapter 251. Xie Zhongsheng instinctively felt fear. He felt like a tiny gopher in the wasteland when he sensed the strange movement coming from the dark red sea of thorns. He didn't know if the strange movement was a wildfire or an earthquake that shook the earth. He had multiple lacerations on his body, especially the 2 wounds on his right arm. The pain caused him to feel dizzy, but he had no choice. He could only continue to attack. So he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and swung his sword again against the crazed flood of water rats. The sword move was still the white cloud sword move of Baiyun Monastery. As he swung his sword, the sword light formed unique seal lines in the air. Large amounts of primal energies of the universe were sucked in, forming a soft white cloud like sword energy. Just like the previous attack, countless golden rays of light came out of the transparent sword. These golden rays of light did not have any temperature, but when they landed on the soft white cloud like sword energy, it was like countless threads of fire falling into hot oil. They immediately ignited the white cloud like sword energy, burning and surging forward. The white cloud sword essence was the secret sword of Baiyun Monastery that combined attack and defense. It was one of the best sword manuals in Baiyun Monastery. Originally, with Xie Zhongsheng's cultivation, he could only cover about 10 feet of space in front of him. But when the burning golden light swept out close to the ground, it immediately covered a distance of 50 feet. All the black rats in the space in front of him disappeared, turning into balls of buttery meat that fell into the water. This scene gave Xie Zhongsheng a great deal of confidence. He took a deep breath again, trying to make himself as clear-headed as possible. Then, he swung his sword forward again. There was a tearing sound. Using the time he had won with this attack, Xie Zhongsheng stuck the brilliant light sword in front of him. He tore several pieces of cloth from his robes and quickly wrapped them around the bleeding wound on his right arm. Then he gritted his teeth, reached out with his right hand, and gripped the hilt of the brilliant light sword. There seemed to be a strange fire burning in his eyes. Even the crazy black rats that were stimulated by the smell of meat and fresh blood felt fear, and they all retreated. A new tide appeared in the stream. The frightening disturbance from the distance was approaching. Xie Zhongsheng stopped. His breathing paused slightly. The black tide formed by the group of black rats retreated and collided with the new tide several hundred feet away from him. The new tide was originally clear and transparent, with a layer of white foam on the surface. However, the moment the tide collided with the black tide, the white foam on the surface turned into the color of scarlet blood. A thick smell of blood spread out from the stream. The sound of countless sharp teeth crunching bones could be heard from under the water. The initial madness of the black rats turned into panic. Countless black rats jumped up, wanting to escape the stream and jump to the banks on both sides. However, countless streaks of silver light shot out from the stream below at the same time, catching up to these large black rats. Xie Zhongsheng didn't need to attack anymore. All the black rats had become the prey. They had no time to care about his existence, but he didn't dare to put down the sword in his hand. The streaks of silver light coming out of the stream were all small silver lizard-like beasts. Their appearance was different from ordinary lizards in that they had gills like fish. At a glance, one could see that they could breathe underwater. Their thin teeth looked short and not sharp, but that was the case. If they wanted to tear and chew flesh as quickly as possible, these teeth had to grind quickly. At this moment, in Xie Zhongsheng's eyes, the speed at which these small silver lizard-like beasts bit was even faster than an ordinary swordsman's sword. The shaking of their heads and the tearing between their teeth even brought out unreal after-images. This kind of speed caused a black rat that had jumped out of the water a moment ago to have a complete body, but in the next moment, this black rat only had a stump left. Xie Changsheng instinctively wanted to flee. However, the fragments of images captured by his eyes made him stop again. Some small silver lizard-like beasts with bulging bellies climbed onto the banks on both sides of the stream. These small beasts that had eaten their fill at an astounding speed started to sleep. Silver cracks appeared on their bodies, and they were shedding their skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. As they molted, their limbs also seemed to wither. They were clearly quickly turning into another form of being, or rather, maturing. But at this time, Xie Changsheng heard many rustling sounds. These sounds came from the deep red brambles on both sides of the stream. Xie Changsheng's body grew cold again. He instinctively took a few steps towards the water. Many deep red worms burrowed out of the soil and appeared next to the small silver beasts that were molting. These deep red worms looked like earthworms, but when they got close to the molting silver beasts, they all opened their mouths. Their mouths looked large and soft without teeth, but the scene of them slowly wrapping around the molting silver beasts and swallowing them into their stomachs was exceptionally terrifying. These shedding silver beasts had no ability to resist at all, while the silver beasts in the stream were still hunting the black rats. They tore the black rats into pieces, chewed the bones, and swallowed them into their stomachs. Then, they walked to the shore and began to shed their skin. They were then swallowed by the dark red worms that drilled out. These small silver beasts seemed to be willing to be eaten by these deep red worms. They seemed to be the food that these deep red worms grazed. Xie Changsheng's face grew paler. In his perception, waves of energy formed in the stomachs of these feeding deep red worms. He started to see white frost appear on the sides of these deep red worms' mouths, and then ice. This was a rapid evolution process that he could not understand. These deep red worms were like cultivators who cultivated by eating spirit medicines, and were accumulating special primal energies of the universe in their bodies. The black rats became the food of the small silver beasts, and then the small silver beasts became the food of these deep red worms. The deep red worms started to become beasts that possessed some kind of ice power. This process appeared in front of Xie Changsheng at an astounding speed. As his hands grew colder, Xie Changsheng found that he had become the initial bait. The presence of his blood became the initial bait that started this process. What will these things become? On the cliff where Xie Changsheng could not see, the eyes of the green-robed man behind Jing Liuli flashed with shock. He was shocked at the methods of Qing Yaoyin, who had managed this farm for more than a decade. There were many beasts in the world that could control primal energies of the universe like cultivators, such as the flame tortoises in the desert, the ice-winged serpents in the desert, the ice serpents in the cold ponds, and the demon octopuses in the deep sea. Yet these beasts that were like cultivators among ordinary beasts had evolved naturally through countless generations. Most of them had the ability to use primal energies of the universe because they were in extreme environments, and in the process of adapting to the outside world. In such a short amount of time, the beasts that originally could not use the primal energies of the universe became strange beasts that could use the primal energies of the universe. It was like forcibly turning groups of ordinary people who could not cultivate into cultivators in an extremely short amount of time. Was this something that could be done by human power? Yet it was happening in front of his eyes. Sect Uncle Qing calls these black ice worms. The black ice energy they spit out can turn into icicles, like the ice swords cultivators use. Jing Liuli turned to glance at the green-robed man and said slowly, even more importantly, these black ice worms will produce some black ice beads that can be used to make pills. The green-robed man was speechless. He took a deep breath. His gaze moved away from Xie Changsheng and landed in front of Ding Ning. Ding Ning was walking in a similar stream at this time. In the distance in front of Ding Ning, a black tide started to appear. The black tide was formed from an astounding number of black rats. He also had to face the same process of evolution. It was just that he had to go through this process later than Xie Zhongsheng. He should have found something wrong. The green-robed man saw that Ding Ning had stopped moving. Ding Ning's gaze seemed to be looking in the direction of the black tide, but Ding Ning did not leave the stream. So he was puzzled. He is very confident in facing such an unusual situation. He did not choose any sword in the Sword Valley. He looked at the waiting Ding Ning and suddenly thought of a question. What sword is he using? Jing Liuli's eyebrows rose slightly. He said in a strange voice, "It is the last flower sword." The green-robed man's body shook. He had a shocked expression. "Last flower sword? It is too incomplete, so even you did not see it," Jing Liuli said slowly. The green-robed man did not speak. His eyes flashed with an unusual light. Ding Ning stood silently in the stream. In his perception, countless strands of turbulence had already appeared in the calm stream. He waited for the black tide to come closer. When the water started to ripple, and the black shadows started to splash, vital energy started to flow out of his hand that gripped the sword hilt. The short remnant sword suddenly lit up, and countless fine white flowers bloomed. The body of the broken sword spread out along with the countless fine and straight cracks, extending and lengthening. In the water in front of him, there seemed to be a tuft of long hair floating. The black rats at the front seemed to have hit a wall of death. Their bodies were penetrated by sword threads. These sword threads did not stop and continued to stab backwards, and then through the bodies of the black rats behind them. Chapter 252. Waves of blood continued to spread in the clear stream, quickly dyeing the stream into a glaring red. The black rats at the back did not feel fear and continued to move forward. Then, they were pierced by the sword threads. Fine white flowers bloomed on the sword threads and rippled in the bloody water like flowers blooming in hell. The bloody water gradually spread around Ding Ning, but his expression was still calm. He steadily sent out vital energy so that the sword threads covered every inch of space in the stream in front of him. These black rats were unusual and moved faster than most cultivators below Realm 3. But none of them could pass through the dense sword threads. As they were pierced by the sword threads, countless black candid haws seemed to appear in the bright red stream. As expected, the green-robed man behind Jing Liuli had a serious expression. He said emotionally, "The last flower sword is the best in the world in terms of extension. Not just the best in the world in terms of extension, but also the best in terms of bearing vital energy." After a pause, he shook his head like he was correcting himself and said, "It seems that the sword nucleus of this sword can bear the vital energy no matter how strong it is. The stronger the vital energy, the longer the sword threads can stretch, and the more powerful they are. I once heard people say that Sect Uncle once wanted to challenge some of the experts of the Basin Kendo ground, including the master of this last flower sword. Looking at the sword now, do you think you can win against the master of this last flower sword?" Jing Liuli turned around and looked at the green-robed man who was sighing emotionally. She asked in a sincere tone, "That is just the nonsense of youth and ignorance." The green-robed man laughed self-deprecatingly and said seriously, "Even now, when I face the owner of this sword, I still have no chance of winning because my broken sword is already unable to fight, but this broken sword can still fight." Jing Liuli's eyebrows rose slightly. She was unconvinced on behalf of the green-robed man. No matter how strong he was, didn't he have his sword broken? Although the sword is broken, the body of the sword can be extended with the infusion of true yuan. There is no difference whether it is broken or not. Moreover, countless tiny cracks have appeared on the body of the sword due to the powerful true yuan. When the sword is broken into threads, there are more possibilities when facing an enemy. From a certain point of view, this sword has been given a new life. The green-robed man looked at Ding Ning standing in the bloody stream and couldn't help but praise softly. Or rather, this wine shop youth has given this sword new life. Jing Liuli was a true genius. There were few in the world who could compare to her. Many of the so-called geniuses of Changling were stupid in her eyes. So she was very proud. She was not convinced even by many people of the Basin Kendo ground, and even the master of the last flower sword. But when she heard the green-robed man's words, she did not express any objections and remained silent. The threads with the white flowers reaped the lives of the black rats even faster than the burning golden clouds. But this cold and silent harvest did not make the rats feel instinctive terror like the heat and light of the flames. The black rats behind were still surging towards Ding Ning. It seemed that this black tide would not stop unless they were all killed by the sword threads. Yet Ding Ning did not want to endlessly expend his precious vital energy. The vital energy that had been flowing out of his hand suddenly stopped for a moment. As his vital energy output stopped, The wandering sword threads started to contract and gather together. The scattered sword threads gathered together and turned into a sword. The rat corpses that had been strung together by the sword threads pressed against each other as they were cut. In a flash, they exploded into irregular pieces. The stream in front of Ding Ning that had been sticky from the bloody water seemed to become a boiling porridge. All the black rats at the back suddenly realized that their movements had slowed down. The reason for this was that they felt as if they had crawled into an extremely sticky porridge pot. Then, in the next moment, they saw pieces of flesh and blood of their own kind floating in front of them and pressing against them. They finally felt instinctive terror. They started to furiously retreat, forming a retreating black tide. Ding Ning calmly looked up at the back of the black tide. Just like what Xie Zhongsheng had encountered, a silver tide appeared behind the black tide, and then created a chaotic wave of blood. Countless small silver lizard-like beasts quickly ate these strange rats. Then a large portion of them climbed up the two sides of the stream and started to shed their skin. Their limbs started to wither as though they were about to transform into another form. Yet many red sandworms came out of the brambles on the two sides and started to consume these small silver beasts. Their bodies started to give birth to cold energy. This was an unnatural transformation, an unimaginable scene. But in this process, Ding Ning did not move and just watched calmly. He didn't even take a step onto the stream bank. He allowed the filthy and smelly water to wash over his body until the stream became clear again. Why hasn't he left? The green-robed man behind Jing Liuli frowned in puzzlement. At this point, Xie Zhongsheng had already escaped while the red sandworms were still mutating. If Han Sen had been in his shoes, he would have either fled as quickly as Xie Zhongsheng had, or he would have killed as many of the red sandworms as he could while they were still mutating. If these black rats were equivalent to ordinary warriors of the world, then these red sandworms after the transformation were equivalent to cultivators of the world. The two were fundamentally different. In his view, even if Ding Ning was confident he could kill all the black ice worms after the transformation, Ding Ning would pay a great price. Jing Liuli shook her head. She did not understand what Ding Ning was doing right now. This was Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and she was the perverted strategist that Xie Zhongsheng spoke of. She had set up all of this, but Ding Ning had puzzled her time and time again. When she looked at the other young geniuses participating in the trials, she judged them as stupid and useless. She stood in the position of an examiner and looked at these people with a selective gaze. But Ding Ning gave her a completely different feeling. He was like a riddle. In many aspects, Jing Liuli felt she was not as good as Ding Ning. While Ding Ning's cultivation was still low in her view, he gave her an indescribable pressure. Before this, only An Baosha of Lingshu Swordgate could give her such pressure. Regardless of what he wants to do with his performance, he qualifies to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate, Jing Liuli said after a moment of silence. The green-robed man nodded slightly in agreement. Jing Liuli slowly looked up and said coldly, but he still must follow the rules of the trials and win. The green-robed man looked at her profile and smiled slightly. Rules were rules, especially when this was a trial that faced the entire Qin dynasty. Naturally, they could not open the door to just one person. But Jing Liuli's words once again expressed her hope. She hoped that Ding Ning could win. As the teacher responsible for giving her guidance on her cultivation, he naturally hoped that someone like Ding Ning who could give her some true pressure could enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate. All the little silver beasts entered a state of deep sleep and shedding after eating. The two sides of the stream were silver, and then slowly became sparse under the consumption of the red sandworms. The black frost energy in these red sandworms grew stronger. At the start, only the black frost energy was spat out of the corners of their mouths to form ice. But as time passed, the ice formed from the cold energy gradually covered their entire bodies. The originally ordinary-looking red sandworms seemed to be covered in a layer of ice armor, and because the shape of the ice was irregular and uneven, the red sandworms suddenly looked ferocious and ferocious. As the number of little silver beasts in front of them decreased, these long worms covered in ice finally noticed the existence of Ding Ning who was calmly waiting in the stream. A long worm very close to Ding Ning hesitantly opened its mouth. A ball of cold energy gathered in its mouth. It did not open its mouth quickly, but this ball of cold energy gathered as quickly as a cultivator's sword. There was a cracking sound. This cold energy turned into a foot-long icicle that shot towards Ding Ning's chest in a cold light. Ding Ning looked at this cold light and swung his sword. With a crack, the icicle shattered on his sword covered in fine white flowers. Many pieces of ice fell into the stream in front of him. The sword trembled slightly. Ding Ning's brow furrowed slightly. The power of this attack had slightly surpassed his expectations. But he did not pause in his movements. After blocking this icicle, a new wave of vital energy flowed into his last flower remnant sword. Then the last flower remnant sword steadily swung forward. Cold killing intent appeared in the air. A white sword seal formed and then turned into a patch of white sword energy that swept towards the shore in front of his sword. More than a dozen long worms were enveloped in this sword chi. The ice armor on their bodies suddenly cracked open, and then their flesh was cut open, turning into dozens of pieces of meat that spread out. Still want to kill? The green-robed man behind Jing Liuli gave a soft sound of surprise. At this time, Ding Ning's minute movement attracted his attention. Ding Ning first looked closely at the reactions of these black ice worms and then looked up in a direction in the distance. In the distance, there seemed to be another unusual movement in the deep red brambles. He purposefully waited for these black ice worms to finish changing before killing them to see if they will attract something else. The green-robed man's brow furrowed deeply. He could not help but say, "But it is already difficult to deal with these black ice worms. If something more powerful appears, isn't he putting himself in an even more disadvantageous situation?" Chapter 253. Did he want to solve all the problems at once? Or did he hope that there was a stronger group that could deal with the black ice worms? Jing Liuli took a deep breath and shook her head. She felt that if it was her, she would not have such a lucky thought. "I do not understand what you want to do, so if what you do next can let you pay the smallest price to pass through here, it means that you are better than me in some matters." She looked at Ding Ning's figure standing there silently. She did not disguise her thoughts at all as she spoke softly to herself. The movements in the deep red brambles grew clearer, but the attention of the green-robed man behind Jing Liuli was completely attracted by Ding Ning. At this time, a strange light rose in his eyes. He saw something unusual. Countless fine white flowers were blooming in front of Ding Ning. After killing a dozen black ice worms with one blow, Ding Ning continued to swing his sword forward without rest. This blow created great wetness. A patch of rain clouds suddenly appeared in the air in front of him, and then countless lines of glowing rain fell. This is a sword form from the Ju family ink garden. Jing Liuli did not turn to look at the green-robed man's expression, but she continued to speak as though to herself. "One sword to create rain. This sword form is exquisite, but if he uses his full power, it will not be just this power." The green-robed man did not respond. The problem Jing Liuli spoke of was the problem he saw. This sword form from the remnant scroll of the Ju family ink garden was powerful and covered a large area. It was the best sword form to deal with large numbers of enemies. But just by looking at the fine flowers blooming on Ding Ning's last flower sword, he was certain that Ding Ning had not used his full power in this blow. This blow would not kill any of the black ice worms. The green-robed man was one of the few experts of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Compared to the world, he was even stronger. His name was Tantai Guanjian. No one in the world was more experienced than him in looking at the quality of the sword and the power of the sword energy. Because the Qin had destroyed the 3 dynasties, almost all the famed swords in the world belonged to the Qin. Once the Basin Kendo ground was gone, the famed swords belonged to Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. The number of hidden swords in Minute Mountain Sword Sect surpassed the Basin Kendo ground of the past. Therefore, there was no problem with his judgment. The rain fell, causing the thorns in the brambles to snap. All the ice worms bathed in the rain only had their ice armor shatter. They rolled on the ground in pain, but not a single one of them died. They did not even suffer any serious wounds. This meant that their counterattack was coming soon. In the next moment, the hundreds of black ice worms that had been hit by the rain started to counterattack. They let out a strange hiss at the same time. Hundreds of roiling balls of cold energy suddenly appeared in the air, and then turned into hundreds of white icicles. One or several icicles was at most equivalent to an attack from a Realm 3 cultivator. They would not be a great threat to cultivators who could reach this sea of red brambles. But when hundreds of icicles shot out at the same time, the power was completely different. All the black ice worms in front of Ding Ning disappeared into the white mist. Only the front of the howling icicles flashed in the cold mist. The slightly cool stream water immediately became bone-chillingly cold, and a layer of ice formed on the surface of the water. Many small pieces of ice in the air first blew over and landed on Ding Ning's face. Ding Ning's clothes were immediately covered in frost. The cold caused his lips to lose color and become unusually pale. He gave people the feeling that he could not withstand such an attack. However, at this moment, he didn't even move a single step. He was still standing there quietly. Even the thin layer of ice that had just formed around his legs did not have a single crack. The cracks on the last flower remnant sword in his hand lit up again. Then he swung his sword at the cold mist in front of him. In the next moment, the white cold mist swept across the frozen stream and drowned out Ding Ning's figure. He still has not used his full power. Jing Liuli turned around and said solemnly to Yang Tai Guanjian. The moment she said the first word, countless pieces of light appeared in the white mist that swept past Ding Ning, like more icicles were shooting out. But in the next moment, what flew out were countless irregular pieces of ice. This is the arrow-breaking move of the Wei Cold Hall. Yang Tai Guanjian nodded. His eyes even showed shock. This was one of the dozens of sword manuals engraved on the second sword embryo. This move was specifically used to break through a rain of arrows on the battlefield. The ingenious part of this move was that it used skillfully to move the many arrows that were flying near the user, causing these arrows to fly out without breaking or even losing momentum. Then, it would smash the surrounding arrows and use the force to break through the enemy's force. Under the rain of arrows, not only could the swordsman protect himself, but the swordsman who had mastered the intricacies of this sword style could also protect the surrounding area of more than 100 feet, shattering all the arrows within that area into countless flying fragments. But sword moves that focused on ingenuity were naturally harder to master than sword moves that focused on using vital energy. Ding Ning only stood in front of the second sword nucleus for a short time. He had not just had Zhong Yi and the others practice the sword manual of Cloud Water Palace, but now he was even using a move from another sword manual. Also, there was an insurmountable gap between comprehension and being able to use in battle for most cultivators. You are the only one in Minute Mountain Sword Sect who can use it after understanding it. Yang Tai Guanjian looked at the white mist thickening due to the ice spikes shattering. He could not help but take a deep breath. Then he said to Jing Liuli, at the same time, you can provoke as many black ice worms to spit out black ice energy. This is like when you are surrounded by many people, you can make as many enemies use up their vital energy at the same time. These black ice worms have just formed black ice energy in their bodies. Just like how cultivators do not have enough vital energy and cannot use multiple swords. Making more enemies use up their vital energy at the same time, this is a good response when surrounded. Jing Liuli nodded expressionlessly. She agreed with some of Yang Tai Guanjian's words, but then she expressed her disagreement. There are too many black ice worms in front of us. If it is just this idea, then there is not much meaning. Also, he has sensed the beasts of other races approaching, so he will not have such an idea. Yang Tai Guanjian shook his head helplessly. Many strange blue reflections appeared in the deep red brambles. The answer would be revealed soon, so he did not spend effort to guess what Ding Ning was going to do. Before the white mist that had swallowed Ding Ning had dissipated, a patch of rain clouds appeared in the sky above the stream. A cold rain once again fell upon the black ice worms with shrill cries. At least hundreds of black ice worms were pierced by the rain until they could not bear the pain. As they hissed, they gathered cold energy in their mouths, and hundreds of ice spikes flew into the white mist again. But unlike last time, even though Yang Tai Guanjian did not think more, his eyes were still filled with uncontrollable shock. When countless pieces of ice flew out, a straight sword light appeared in the white cold mist. The sword light parted the cold mist. Ding Ning's figure appeared clearly in his and Jing Liuli's sight. Ding Ning's body seemed to be carried into the air by this sword light, and landed among the black ice worms. His sword light was extremely fast, but the moment his feet landed, it changed. It was no longer a slash, but a sudden bend. The sword flattened and hit a black ice worm below. A ripple of energy spread around this black ice worm. The ice armor on this black ice worm's body completely shattered, pieces flying outwards. The sharp pieces of ice even cut through Ding Ning's skin in several places, and left him with bloody wounds. But Yang Tai Guanjian and Jing Liuli were still certain that this black ice worm was not dead. Ding Ning did not immediately pull back his sword. His body was slightly bent, the sword pressed against this black ice worm. This black ice worm trembled slightly and twisted. Ding Ning's body was surrounded by black ice worms. But inexplicably, these black ice worms did not immediately attack him, and retreated in fear. A horse herd has a leader, a wolf pack has a leader. I had not expected this kind of worm to have a leader. Yang Tai Guanjian was the first to speak. He said softly and emotionally, "It is not so simple." But at this time, Jing Liuli shook her head. She said softly and sternly, "There is not much meaning in using the method of controlling the leader to control these black ice worms. If he does not want to be killed by these black ice worms, he only needs to flee like Xie Changsheng. This is a guessing game." Yang Tai Guanjian grimaced. "I have watched the Minute Mountain Sword trials for so many years, but I have never watched with such difficulty and distress." Jing Liuli said coldly, "That is because after me, there has never been someone like him." Chapter 254. Yang Tai Guanjian was deep in thought. In the decades he had spent in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he had seen countless outstanding young talents, but he had never seen a genius like Ding Ning. He clearly had knowledge and comprehension that even Jing Liuli could not compare to, but he was like a sword hidden in its sheath, and did not show his arrogant edge. This was the body of a youth, but he seemed to have experienced countless things and had a different presence. He was even certain that if the important people in the palace had not been so hard on him, if Xue Wangshu was not fated to die before and after the Minute Mountain Sword trials, this youth would not show too much of his edge. But if a person like this decided to do something, he would disregard the consequences more than ordinary people. Ding Ning's determination to be first in each segment was a manifestation of this. Now, everyone watching the trials likely knew that Ding Ning wanted to be first in the trials. But he was worried that even if Ding Ning could achieve his wish, he would pay a great price. The so-called young geniuses, the only thing that makes the seniors fear is the word young, because you have more time to cultivate and more possibilities. Right now, I'm only worried that you'll lose the most important thing to a young genius after obtaining first place. Yang Tai Guanjian thought silently. His clear eyes were gradually filled with blue light. The blue silhouettes moving among the crimson brambles became clearer and clearer, finally revealing their true appearances. These blue figures were very much like locusts. It could even be said that they were no different in shape from ordinary locusts. However, there was always a layer of blue smoke rippling on the surface of their bodies. It looked like their entire bodies were about to burst into flames. Moreover, their bodies were the size of adult goats, so their heads and backs were always above the top of the thorny bushes when they ran. Because they were too far away, Yang Tai Guanjian could not be sure what kind of primal energies of the universe these locusts contained, and how they could fight their enemies. But he was certain that the energy of these locusts was above the black ice worms, and they had high intelligence. Because when they quickly approached the black ice worm swarm, these locusts quickly formed multiple floods. Two of them even crossed the stream on the two sides, and flanked from behind to form a perfect encirclement. The most important thing was that the number of these locusts was really the same as real locusts. There were really a lot of them. Previously, the black ice worm swarm Ding Ning had faced was like an army. But in front of these enormous locusts, this black ice worm swarm was like a bandit army surrounded by the tiger wolf cavalry of the Qin dynasty. The dense locusts formed layers upon layers of encirclement. Ding Ning stood at the center of the encirclement, and was minuscule in comparison. The black ice worms around him seemed to have a natural fear of these locusts. In a moment, The cold energy in the mouths of these black ice worms started to shrink back into their stomachs, not daring to come out. Even the ice armor on their bodies started to crack and disappear. But Ding Ning's expression was still extremely calm. At this time, he bent down and grabbed the black ice worm that he had slapped to the ground with his left hand. Then he held the black ice worm whose ice armor had disappeared, and his sword in his right hand as he walked towards the edge of the black ice worm swarm. At the edge of the black ice worm swarm were the blue locusts that were packed tightly together. These blue locusts had been like trained elite cavalry. After surrounding the black ice swarm, they stood motionless and had an awe-inspiring presence. Yet when Ding Ning walked out calmly, this swarm of locusts became restless. The hard limbs rubbed against each other, giving off balls of blue fire. At the same time, there were grating sounds. Jing Liuli's brow furrowed slightly. At this time, her emotions were also fluctuating indescribably. The 5 fingers of her right hand unconsciously rubbed together. Several threads of icy sword energy quietly flowed out between her fingers. They actually solidified and fell onto the stone cliff under her feet. These tangible sword energies seemed to have entered nothing, and entered the stone ground below, leaving behind several deep sword holes. In this moment, the last flower sword in Ding Ning's right hand suddenly lit up, and the dense white flowers bloomed again. The blue locusts, which were originally just a little restless, suddenly became restless. They dug hard on the ground with their hind legs, which were covered with sharp thorns. The soil kept flying up, forming layers of soil waves. Dense blue figures were faintly discernible in the soil waves. The scene was indescribably magnificent and terrifying. All the black ice worms were even more terrified and retreated towards the center. The deep red worms curled up and squeezed towards the center as though they wanted to quickly pile into an enormous deep red ball of flesh. But at this time, Ding Ning took a deep breath and charged into the earth waves ahead. One of the locusts facing Ding Ning sensed danger. Its body furiously trembled, and the blue smoke on its body formed countless ripples. These ripples were like natural seal scripts that started to quickly absorb primal energies of the universe from the surroundings. However, at this moment, a sword light had already landed on its neck. This sword light accurately cut into the gap in its neck shell, and then nimbly passed through the water like a fish. Then, its head fell to the ground. Its 2 hind limbs covered in sharp blue thorns were still digging in the ground, but its head had fallen in front of its hind limbs. Unique blue-yellow blood sprayed out of its neck and mixed with dirt onto Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's movements did not stop. His sword rose up, and stabbed deeply into the abdomen of a locust to his right. Then he swung it forward, cutting off half of this locust's abdomen. The tip of the sword stabbed into the eye of a locust in front of him, and into the brain. Ding Ning was sprinting forward, but from the moment his body collided with the dust created by these locusts to now, he had only taken 1 step. With just 1 step, he killed 3 of these locusts. But at this time, all of these locusts finally reacted. The blue ripples around them started to disappear, but their bodies suddenly grew taller. The primal energies of the universe gathered by the blue ripples all gathered at their lower limbs. The tips of their lower limbs formed a straight blue crystal light. As they stabbed into the ground below, their bodies also rose up. This was an unimaginable scene. These locusts seemed to be standing on stilts, and also seemed to be holding 2 blue long swords. Zhantai Guanjian was shocked. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Dozens of balls of dust exploded around Ding Ning and surged upwards. The dozens of locusts in the dust all jumped up and then fell towards Ding Ning. Their weapons were their strongest hind limbs. At this time, the bottom of their hind limbs were connected to 2 straight blue sword lights. So the scene right now, it looked like these locusts were holding 2 blue longswords and flying towards Ding Ning from all directions. Junior sect brother Qing, how do you name these things? Yangtai Guanjian could not help but ask Jing Liuli in front of him. Other than these dozens of locusts that were closest to Ding Ning and had flown into the air, the other locusts that seemed to have suddenly grown taller did not rashly move. Their bodies were closer together, and then they slowly moved towards Ding Ning. This was like a cavalry's oppressive tactics against powerful cultivators, using a strong human wall to suppress the movement space of the powerful cultivator. If a cultivator could not move freely in the formation, for an army, their power would be greatly reduced. The result would be quickly being stabbed to death by the flying swords. Imperial insects. Hearing Yang Tai Guanjin's question, Jing Liuli, whose attention was on Ding Ning, said simply, "Locusts." Yang Tai Guanjin stilled. "So ordinary? It is the emperor of emperors." Jing Liuli knew that Yang Tai Guanjin had misheard. She frowned slightly and quickly explained. "Among the insects, some are individually stronger than the insects that sect Uncle Qing raised. But no matter how strong they are individually, no group can compare to this insect group because this insect group is like a cold army. No other insect species can match this insect species, so Marshal Uncle Qing named them imperial insects." Yang Tai Guanjin was silent again. It was true that a lone cultivator would not be able to contend against a powerful army. But at this time, Ding Ning was doing such a thing. Also, Ding Ning was not trying to find the leader of the black iceworms like before. What he was doing now was a true slaughter. A cold rain had covered the dozens of imperial insects in the air. Dense and glowing lines of rain fell. Unlike before, Ding Ning was using all his power this time. The weak parts of these imperial insects were immediately penetrated by the rain lines that contained completely different penetrative power and killing intent. The glowing lines of rain that passed through their bodies turned into lines of green-yellow blood and created countless holes in the ground below. Ding Ning's advancing body sped up. These imperial insects fell in the after-images he left behind. He bent his body slightly and charged towards the imperial insect group next to him. Sword light flashed. Multiple imperial insects had fountains of green-yellow blood as they swayed and fell. His figure appeared in the gap between the imperial insects. The fine white flowers on the last flower remnant sword in his hand were disappearing, but his movements seemed to have become faster. His body collided with an imperial insect next to him, and the last flower remnant sword in his hand cut open the head of this imperial insect. Yang Tai Guanjin took a deep breath. He was once again sure that Ding Ning was going to fight head-on against these terrifying numbers of imperial insects. He was like a cultivator facing a powerful cavalry army alone, and wanted to use his power to kill this army. Chapter 255. Ding Ning stuck close to the headless imperial insect's body and turned around. His turn caused the headless imperial insect's body to act like a shield to one side of his body. At the same time, the last flower remnant sword in his hand stabbed 3 times at the corner of the eye of an imperial insect in front of him. But this imperial insect did not immediately die. Its wounds and mouth sprayed green-yellow blood. Its body seemed to sway and crash uncontrollably. The imperial insect closest to it lost its balance slightly. In the next moment, it truly lost its balance because Ding Ning's sword had cut into its hind limb and cut it off. This single-limbed imperial insect jumped up in a strange startled posture. Its body collided fiercely with multiple imperial insects and gave off a sound like a walnut cracking. He really knows how to use the sword. Jing Liuli looked coldly at Ding Ning, who was charging through the dust. Then he felt it was not appropriate and added, "He truly knows how to fight." Yang Tai Guanjin was still silent. In the next few breaths, his eyebrows suddenly rose slightly. A soft snap sounded on Ding Ning's back. At this time, he could not hear the sound clearly from so far away. But his gaze immediately caught the explosion of dust on Ding Ning's back and the sharp stone that had shot out with some blood. Ding Ning's movements did not pause at all. His body leaned forward slightly, causing his stab to deviate from its initial direction. When it landed on the neck of an imperial insect in front of him, it stabbed into the carapace. The last flower sword gave off thin white light and continued forward, penetrating the carapace and into the flesh of this imperial insect. But with this slight difference, a thread of blood appeared on Ding Ning's waist. 2 blue flames brushed past his body. Ding Ning's body turned into a stream of light and flashed forward. In a moment, green-yellow blood appeared on 3 more imperial insects. The true use of the sword referred to the most efficient way to kill people. There was a big difference between a battle with a small number of people and a battle with an army. Yang Tai Guanjin knew the difference between just now Jing Liuli's words. After Ding Ning charged into the formation of the imperial insects, he used the method of close combat that saved vital energy. He seriously injured his opponent but did not directly kill them. This was a method that experienced cultivators often used when they were trapped in an army. The unconscious reactions of a seriously injured opponent before death would disrupt the encirclement and give him some space to move. But there were too many imperial insects. Yang Tai Guanjian felt that even if he suppressed his cultivation to Ding Ning's level, he would have to pay a great price to kill all these imperial insects. Even more importantly, there were many unknown factors, or rather, luck, that determined the final result of this kind of fight. Many powerful cultivators died in battle, not because they ran out of vital energy, but because they stepped on the edge of a broken weapon in the dust, or tripped over something. Because they were too fast, their bodies brushed against some shattered armor or the sharp edges of chariots. A cultivator's perception would try to notice the moving objects around them, but in such a chaotic and fast battle, they could not notice the minuscule dead objects around them. The broken weapons, metal pieces, and even some sharp stones and plant roots that fell into the dust could become the most fatal threat. Just like just now, what had hit Ding Ning's back was just the limbs of an imperial insect falling to the ground and a sharp stone flying up at close range. Ding Ning had shown astounding resolve and made the most perfect response, but he was still wounded. And in a battle like this, there would be many such accidents. He is growing faster. But at this time, Jing Liuli spoke again. Her cold voice was grave. Or rather, he is becoming more skilled. Yang Tai Guanjian seemed to be struck by lightning. His worry caused him to panic. He did not immediately discover this reality like Jing Liuli, while Ding Ning's back had been stabbed by a sharp stone, and there were 2 long bloody marks on his waist. Blood seeped out, but the speed at which Ding Ning killed these imperial insects was slightly faster than before. Only cultivators of their level could sense such a minute difference, but this was something that was happening. Ding Ning's performance right now was like those military cultivators who had been through hundreds of battles. Yet this minute change reminded Yang Tai Guanjian that Ding Ning was still going through the process of becoming familiar. If he was already like this when he was unfamiliar, then as he became more skilled, to what extent would he be able to kill in this kind of formation? Yang Tai Guanjian's face slowly paled. My feelings right now are hard to describe in words. Jing Liuli turned around, looked at him, and said without hesitation, when I was at his cultivation, I could only do what he does now. But right now, he is just not skilled enough. His attacks are becoming faster and more casual. So right now, I seem to be seeing the process of me being surpassed with my own eyes. Yang Tai Guanjian looked at Jing Liuli with a complicated expression, and felt his mouth dry up. Putting himself in her shoes, he could understand Jing Liuli's feelings right now. Jing Liuli was the most talented cultivation genius in Changling, and even the entire Qin dynasty. Ever since she started to cultivate, she had been chased by all the young geniuses. Even An Baoshe was at most on par with her, and no one could surpass her. But now, she saw with her own eyes the process of someone surpassing her in sword combat. Yang Tai Guanjian coughed softly as though this was the only way to remove the dryness in his mouth. Then he looked at Jing Liuli and said seriously, my feelings are hard to describe in words. If this continues, he may reach a level where he can use the sword as he wishes, and no unexpected factors will be able to affect him. Even during those years when my Grand Qin Empire destroyed the 3 dynasties, only an extremely small number of experts were capable of achieving that state of being able to walk leisurely in the courtyard and instantly kill all enemies that approached them. Jing Liuli turned to look at Ding Ning, who flickered in and out of the dust. From when she reminded Yang Tai Guanjian that Ding Ning was becoming faster to when the two ended their conversation, while Ding Ning's body appeared dirtier, he did not have any new wounds. The dust around him grew thinner because the ground around him was covered in the corpses of imperial insects. The green-yellow blood flowing out of these imperial insects turned the dust into sticky mud. When the imperial insects that were charging down missed, the 2 blue crystal lights on their hind legs would penetrate the bodies of the heavily injured but not dead imperial insects, and then bring out more sticky blood and broken flesh. The edges of the shells on the imperial insects' broken bodies were very sharp, and their hind legs were covered in curved blades. If a cultivator's flesh was hit, they would have terrifying wounds. Yet, while Ding Ning's steps were still fast, his feet seemed to have eyes, and each step landed accurately on a safe ground. Under his charge, the encirclement formed by the imperial insects slowly collapsed. The imperial insect corpses within 100 feet of him piled up higher like they were building a blue wall. Those deep red-black ice worms had completely gathered together, forming a round ball of flesh by the stream. They were still filled with terror after not waiting for death for a long time. Yet, they could not help but look up, wanting to see what was happening. At this time, a presence in the distant stream was shocked by Ding Ning's performance. The stream trembled faster, the ripples grew denser, and in the end, they even formed jumping water droplets when they collided. These jumping water droplets were separated by a straight force. It was as if an invisible sword had pierced through the surface of the stream. Behind this perfectly straight force, in the mist and on the surface of the stream, footprints suddenly appeared one after another. Above the footprints, a green figure could be vaguely seen. However, because this green figure was too fast, after dozens of footprints, the last one on the surface of the water disappeared. Therefore, when he was moving forward, it was impossible to see his face clearly. One could only vaguely make out that this seemed to be a man with a very long beard. This indigo figure stopped 1,000 feet away from the imperial insect formation surrounding Ding Ning. Then energy flowed out of his body, crushing the deep red brambles on the two sides of the stream into deep red dust. Then this figure slowly revealed his true appearance. This was a man in tattered indigo robes, his hair and beard tangled together. He looked like a native who had lived in the mountains for a long time and had no contact with the outside world. So he could only be the master of this ranch, Qing Yaoyin, who had been in the secret lands of Minute Mountain Sword Sect for more than a decade. Chapter 256. Looking at Qing Yaoyin, who had appeared outside the insect formation, Yang Tai Guanjian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He knew that Qing Yaoyin had been living in this secret land for more than a decade, but this secret land under Skyscraper Peak was enormous. Even he did not know where Qing Yaoyin lived. He had not seen Qing Yaoyin for more than a decade. Cultivators had longer lifespans than ordinary people, but a decade was a very long time for cultivators. Jing Liuli and Yang Tai Guanjian were different. This sword would come from her hand. Before this, she had seen this sect uncle living in seclusion in this secret land. But the emotions in her eyes were just as complicated. She knew very well that Qing Yaoyin should not have appeared in this trial. When Qing Yaoyin appeared, many people peeked out from the cliffs above her and Yang Tai Guanjian. Minute Mountain Sword Sect would let the majority of the cultivation teachers and nobility of the court watch the trials, see the entire process of the trials. But seeing was not the same as seeing all the details. So their position could not be compared to Jin Liuli and Yang Tai Guanjian. Looking down from where they were, Qing Yaoyin, Ding Ning, and the other examinees were as small as ants. If not for the fact that the last flower remnant sword in Ding Ning's hand would suddenly light up due to the infusion of vital energy, the people above would not be able to see his sword clearly. The scene of the imperial insects falling around Ding Ning was even stranger. In the eyes of Jing Liuli and Yang Tai Guanjian, Ding Ning's swordsmanship went from rough to smooth. But only Ding Ning knew that this process was a deliberate disguise. He had experience that even cultivators like Jin Liuli and Yang Tai Guanjian could not imagine. But no matter what kind of experience he had, this kind of charge in a battle formation that did not allow him to breathe for even a moment was extremely taxing on his physical and mental strength. His breathing became hotter and hotter. His chest and lungs were so hot that they seemed to be burning. However, the air that entered his chest carried an extremely sticky smell of blood, making it even more difficult to breathe. Yet, Ding Ning's expression was still calm. He was certain that the person who had appeared was Qing Yaoyin. Even if Qing Yaoyin was just watching from the side, before he ran out of energy, he would kill all the remaining imperial insects. So his attacks were still calm and perfect, and he quickly reaped the lives of the imperial insects that surged up around him. Qing Yaoyin's face was completely covered by his tangled hair and beard. His expression could not be seen, but his gaze would flash violently each time Ding Ning stabbed. In his eyes, The sword in Ding Ning's hand seemed to be completely separated from Ding Ning's body. He felt that no matter how difficult Ding Ning's breathing was or how tired Ding Ning's body was, it had nothing to do with the sword in Ding Ning's hand. His eyes became more and more confused, angry, and confused. The corpses of the imperial insects piled up. Even from so far away, he could see the stream water in front of him turn turbid. Looking at the thinning imperial insects, he could not bear it. Like it was responding to his unbearability, the last flower remnant sword in Ding Ning's hand gave off a clang. An imperial insect that had jumped down from the sky did not land firmly. Its body shook violently, so Ding Ning's sword did not cut into the weak part of its jaw, and instead cut into the hard shell. Yet, using the power of this vibration, Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword split along the cracks. As vital energy flowed in, the sword threads stabbed into the bodies of this imperial insect and the other 2 imperial insects in front of it. These 3 imperial insects were seriously injured but did not die. They jumped back violently in pain. In a moment, there were multiple bangs as more imperial insects were knocked to the ground. Enough! Qing Yaoyin finally could not take it anymore and shouted harshly. Yet the battle continued. These imperial insects could not understand his words. Within the imperial insect formation, Ding Ning naturally could not stop and add more holes to his body. The fury in Qing Yaoyin's eyes seemed to burn. He realized his mistake and a bright red short flute appeared in his hand. As vital energy flowed into his fingers, many visible ripples appeared in the air around this bright red short flute. It did not seem to make any sound, but in the next moment, all the imperial insects and black iceworms seemed to freeze, and then their bodies started to tremble violently. Then all the surviving imperial insects started to retreat like the tide. Their figures were very large. When they came, their heads and backs towered above the brambles. However, when they retreated, their bodies were prostrated on the ground in fear. It was impossible to see the faint blue luster on their bodies. One could only see the dark red brambles forming countless waves that spread into the distance. All the black iceworms did not move. When all the imperial insects retreated, a terrifying sword intent was already above them. It was as if an invisible sword had slammed down from above. The ground shook violently, and countless tiny cracking sounds came from their bodies. Pieces of broken flesh and blood gushed out from their mouths. Other than the black iceworm in Ding Ning's hand, all the remaining black iceworms died. On the high cliff, many of the ant-like cultivators of the Sword Observation Conference couldn't help but take a step back. Qing Yaoyin was not an expert in Minute Mountain sword sect who used the sword. But even so, the power of this blow was rare in the world. Should we stop him? Seeing Qing Yaoyin attack, Yang Tai Guanjian turned to look at Jing Liuli and asked gravely. Jing Liuli shook his head without hesitation and said, "No need." Ding Ning panted as he walked out of the pile of imperial insect corpses. As his footsteps landed, sticky yellow blood splashed. "Why is it like this?" Seeing Ding Ning's figure climb over the pile of corpses, Qing Yaoyin did not introduce himself and shouted in anger. Before he finished speaking, his figure appeared near Ding Ning. Ding Ning did not immediately answer Qing Yaoyin. He panted heavily as he bowed with folded hands. Any cultivator under Realm 7, even when facing an army of the lowest level cultivators and swordsmen, cannot defeat hundreds of them. This is recorded in many cultivation records. Even if your master didn't teach you, you will definitely see it in the cultivation records. Don't tell me you don't even know this basic principle. Qing Yaoyin looked furiously at Ding Ning and said without stopping, "I have hundreds of imperial insects. Why did you not flee from the start, and instead wanted to fight these imperial insects? Could it be that you're blind? Even if you are blind, you can easily sense the energy surging around these imperial insect." Many people might not understand Qing Yaoyin's anger right now. Especially a powerful legendary person like Qing Yaoyin. When he was angry, he would naturally give off many terrifying presences, and give ordinary cultivators unimaginable pressure. Yet Ding Ning just looked at him and said calmly, "These insects are like an army, but not an army." "What do you mean like an army, but not an army?" Qing Yaoyin said harshly, Even the tiger-wolf cavalry cannot all be cultivators. Ding Ning panted, shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with individual combat power. The army has something called sacrifice." Qing Yaoyin stilled slightly. Ding Ning continued, "These insects seem to have come from your hands. Honestly speaking, their fighting style is infinitely close to cavalry and cultivator armies. But they only know how to attack normally, and will not sacrifice themselves. But the army is different. In order to deal fatal damage to a powerful cultivator, the army may decisively use certain military equipment and disregard the lives of the hundreds of soldiers surrounding the cultivator. The soldiers surrounding the cultivator will also decisively make sacrifices." Qing Yaoyin naturally understood these principles. Other than Ding Ning's example, he could even list the countless sacrifices he had made to kill cultivators. He had not understood these principles in a moment of anger. His anger subsided somewhat. Then he looked straight at Ding Ning and asked the most important question. "Even if you feel that these imperial insects are different from a true army, and are confident you can kill all of these imperial insects, the key is, why did you make such a choice from the start? Why did you choose not to kill the black ice insects, but to kill all of these imperial insects? Because this is a strange chain." Ding Ning raised his head slightly and looked straight into his eyes. He said slowly and clearly, "Before entering this sea of brambles, Elder Gang Ren told us that this is a competition that will cause us serious injuries and exhaustion. The black ice insects are not a threat to many students, and I fear they will not be able to injure many students. The black ice worms were the things that completed the transformation in front of us. So I was certain that even if I escaped while the black ice worms were transforming, or stayed behind to kill all the black ice worms, the next step would be activated. These black ice worms may become food for these imperial insects, and these imperial insects may mutate or become a part of the evolution process. In the end, what I have to face will make me extremely tired, or even seriously injured. It may even make me withdraw from this competition. So to me, if I want to stop this from happening, I have to find a way to break one of the links. Only by completely breaking one of the links and preventing the chain from being opened can I complete this competition with the smallest price." As Ding Ning spoke slowly and clearly, Qing Yaoyin grew more shocked and silent. "Your actions are correct." After a long silence, he took a deep breath and said to Ding Ning. Chapter 257. What is your name? Where are you from? Then Qing Yaoyin looked at Ding Ning's calm features and asked seriously. Ding Ning answered in a neutral tone, "White Goat Cave, Ding Ning." White Goat Cave? Qing Yaoyin was shocked. When he had asked Ding Ning, the names of several prominent cultivation places had appeared in his mind. In his thinking, Ding Ning should be a cultivator from one of these cultivation places. Yet the words White Goat Cave were unfamiliar. He took some time to vaguely remember that this seemed to be an unknown cultivation place in Changling. Outstanding. Qing Yaoyin was silent for a moment and then said to Ding Ning. Ding Ning did not respond and waited calmly. The anger and puzzlement in Qing Yaoyin's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by admiration and pity. "Your body has great problems." He looked at the white frost at the roots of Ding Ning's hair and sensed the energies in Ding Ning's body and said slowly. Ding Ning glanced at him and nodded. He said, "So I must win the trials and have a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study." Qing Yaoyin's eyes flashed and he nodded. "Yes. You can leave." Then, he pointed at a green palace in the distance and said, "That's the exit." Ding Ning bowed in thanks and then prepared to put down the black ice worm he had been holding in his left hand. But at this time, Qing Yaoyin's brows moved slightly and he said, "Do you understand what I mean?" Ding Ning looked up and said, "Elder means that I do not need to participate in this competition and can leave from there." Qing Yaoyin had not expected Ding Ning to completely understand his intentions. He stilled and instinctively said, "You really understand? Since Elder says my actions are correct, then even if Elder does not appear, I can use a small price to kill these imperial insects and successfully pass this competition." Ding Ning looked calmly at Qing Yaoyin and said, "Elder directly told me that the palace is the exit. You mean that I do not need to stay here?" But what I do not understand is why Elder stopped me from killing those imperial insects, and why you killed these black ice worms. Ding Ning looked at the deep red sea of brambles in the distance and said, since many students are entering this sea of brambles to compete, there must be many groups of black ice worms and imperial insects here. The black ice worms and imperial insects here should be just one branch of them. Hearing Ding Ning's understanding, Qing Yaoyin's eyes lit up. You understand. The mutation of these insects is one cycle after another. For you, you only need to destroy one of the links. Just like how we cultivators block multiple meridians in our vital energy cycle, we cannot form a perfect cycle. However, the things that I did formed a certain cycle, and in the end, allowed me to obtain what I wanted. The interactions between them were very complicated. Some groups need to maintain a certain number so that they will not go extinct. Some groups need to form enough power so that they will not be eliminated. Qing Yaoyin paused slightly at this point. His gaze stopped on the deep red worm in Ding Ning's hand. Then, with a trace of unusual solemnity, he continued, in the process of evolution and generation, the most taboo thing is the relationship between the predator and the prey. For example, the natural enemy of the hare in the wilderness is the falcon, and the hare is born to be the falcon's food, so it is born to be afraid of the falcon. Yet if there is a day when a wild rabbit group no longer fears the falcon due to some unknown change, and even has the ability to fight the falcon due to some accident, then this cycle will be completely changed. Just like us humans in the ancient times, eating raw meat and drinking blood, we could not match the ancient beasts. At that time, the rulers of the world were naturally the powerful beasts. Yet when humans learned to make some weapons, and even cultivators appeared, we humans started to completely change this world and became the masters of this world. Ding Ning looked at the deep red black ice worm in his hand, and then at the group of black ice worms that Qing Yaoyin had killed. He completely understood Qing Yaoyin's words. His left hand relaxed slightly, and he was about to put down the black ice worm in his hand. But at this time, Qing Yaoyin's voice sounded again. Of course, I will not attack alone for this black ice worm. Qing Yaoyin looked at Ding Ning and the black ice worm in his hand and said coolly, it is rare for you to think of such a method to force me to meet you. This is fate. If you do not think it is too ugly, and do not want to kill it for me, you can take it and leave here. Ding Ning stilled. How could he not hear that Qing Yaoyin meant to send him off? While this black ice worm seemed to be common in this secret land, and was not very strong right now, it could become a part of the food chain in this secret land and become extinct. This was a group that did not form naturally. At that time, the one in his hand would likely be the only one left in the world, and the one in his hand would at least be the leader of this group. Even more importantly, since someone like Qing Yaoyin was willing to send him off, then this black ice worm would have unpredictable possibilities in the future. Thank you, Elder. Without any hesitation, Ding Ning thanked Qing Yaoyin again. No need to be so polite. Qing Yaoyin waved his hand and turned to leave. But as he moved, he added coolly, at least this black ice worm has thick skin and flesh. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He looked at the black ice worm in his hand, and then at the deep red brambles ahead. He once again understood Qing Yaoyin's meaning. He reached out with his left hand, and then used the black ice worm in front of him like a shield as he walked through the deep red brambles. The thin thorns on the deep red brambles scraped against the black ice worm's body. Most of them snapped, but they could not penetrate the skin of the black ice worm. This black ice worm trembled slightly in Ding Ning's hand as though it was in pain, but it did not dare to move carelessly. One worm and one person moved through the deep red brambles. Almost all the officials and cultivators from the various cultivation places who were watching the trials sank into indescribable silence when they saw this scene. Everyone saw Qing Yaoyin's meaning. In Ding Ning's eyes, the Indigo Palace was still very far from him, but in the eyes of all the people watching from above, the Indigo Palace was the closest to Ding Ning. Should we stop him? Looking at this scene, Yang Tai Guanjian turned to look at Jing Liuli and asked. This was the second time he had said something like this. Both times, the meaning was the same. Minute Mountain Sword Sect had its own rules. He did not want Qing Yaoyin to affect Ding Ning at all. But Jing Liuli did not hesitate and shook his head firmly. No need. She probably felt that she needed to give Yang Tai Guanjian an explanation. She said slowly, "Sect Uncle Qing would not have appeared originally. Since he was forced to appear, this is naturally his ability. This accident was caused by him to begin with. How can this be considered breaking the rules of the sword trials?" Yang Tai Guanjian nodded and did not express any objections. He looked at Ding Ning's figure moving through the crimson sea of brambles. His eyes were filled with emotion and admiration. At this time, the other students were either facing the threat of the black iceworm, fleeing like Xie Changsheng when the black iceworm mutated, or trying to kill the black iceworm. Some students who chose to move through the brambles were facing different threats. Since Qing Yaoyin had pointed out the way for Ding Ning, and given Ding Ning a black iceworm like this, then Ding Ning's path ahead would be smooth. There would be no more threats. So, if nothing unexpected happened, Ding Ning would be the first student to pass this competition, and he would be the student who paid the lowest price. But while he did not have any objections to Jing Liuli's words, this did not mean that other people did not have objections. After a dozen breaths, a yellow figure appeared in the grotto passageway behind him and Jing Liuli. This was a middle-aged man with a cautious expression. He wore ordinary yellow satin robes. Clearly, he was not a cultivator of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, nor was he an official of the court cooperating with this sword trials. Yet, he could appear here. Dozens of feet behind Yang Tai Guanjian and Jing Liuli, he stopped and bowed. But before he could speak, Jing Liuli had a cold smile on her face. "Go back and tell your master Rong." She did not even turn around and said in a scornful voice, "Do not have any opinions about interfering in the trials." She thinks that Sect Uncle Qing letting Ding Ning win is unfair? Tell her. Sect Uncle Qing's farm is more important to Minute Mountain Sword Sect than 10 trials. Also, she sneered in disdain and then said to the middle-aged man in yellow robes, "Tell your master Rong, if she does not want to be thrown out by me, she should stay and watch. Who does she think she is that she dares to speak to me? If she does not want to be embarrassed, then do not embarrass herself." Chapter 258. If you do not want to be too embarrassed, then do not seek embarrassment. Palace attendant Rong carefully chewed on the words the middle-aged man in yellow robes brought. Just as the man in yellow robes breathed heavily and thought she would be furious, Palace attendant Rong raised her arm and indicated that he could leave. Seeing the middle-aged man in yellow robes disappear on the mountain path, Palace attendant Rong's face darkened. Since Jin Liuli had clearly expressed such an attitude, there was no meaning in any argument. Actually, sending someone to find you is a kind of respect the guest has for the host. Minute Mountain Sword Sect is your home. But I am very sorry, I am just a servant. I can only care about the final result. How can I care if the process will embarrass me? Palace attendant Rong turned around and looked down at Jing Liuli's figure on a cliff below. She said calmly to herself, "I hope that in this trial, not just this wine shop youth will be taught a lesson. You, as the chosen successor to the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, will also be taught a lesson. She will not give up because of your words." Yang Tai Guanjian looked at Jing Liuli and said, "Of course I know she will not give up." Jing Liuli said with slight disdain, "But she sent herself up to be scolded by me. I cannot miss it." Yang Tai Guanjian could not help but grimace and shake his head. No matter what kind of genius Jing Liuli was, he was too young, so he had such a wicked taste. "Do we need to stop him?" Yang Tai Guanjian asked after shaking his head. This was the 3rd time he had asked this question. The previous 2 times had been because of Qing Yaoyin. He and Jing Liuli had reached a consensus about Qing Yaoyin. So this time, he asked because something new had happened. No need. Just like the previous 2 times, Jing Liuli shook his head without hesitation. "I set the rules of the trial. Since I did not say this cannot be done, there is no reason to stop it. Most importantly, this is also related to my pride. Just like how that youth from the wine shop clearly knew that she would act against him but still believed that she would not be able to stop him from winning, I also believed that she would not succeed." Yang Tai Guanjian looked at the side of her face filled with pride and still felt that this was the bad taste of youth. "I just scolded her and there is such a change. Does she have the ability to send messages in Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Jing Liuli turned around and asked. Yang Tai Guanjian smiled and said, no outsider can send a message in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Also, at this time, the military will have some unique tools to send messages, like the two-heartworm, traction horn, and other things. Jiaodong Commandery and overseas have sensing beads. These beads are naturally formed at the bottom of the sea. Two make a pair. If one bead is damaged, the other bead will dissipate and split. This kind of artifact is usually used in the army to transmit the simplest military orders, such as attack and retreat. It is difficult to transmit any specific orders. Jing Liuli frowned slightly. I know very little about this. Yang Tai Guanjian said unconcernedly, this is not like cultivation. You will know after experiencing it and hearing it. You may not even need to know. Jing Liuli understood Yang Tai Guanjian's meaning. Minute Mountain Sword Sect had all kinds of cultivators. She only needed to become the strongest sword of Minute Mountain Sword Sect in the future. She only needed to represent Minute Mountain Sword Sect's attitude and did not need to leave Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Before becoming the strongest sword of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, she would not feel that there was no meaning in staying in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Her life would become boring. So she nodded and stopped speaking. Her gaze landed on a student moving through the deep red sea of brambles. That student was a dark-skinned youth. His forehead and cheekbones were slightly protruding. He was not good-looking, not tall, and even slightly stooped. In the previous matches, this youth's performance had been very ordinary. Most people had not even noticed when he had passed those tests. After entering this underground plane, he had been one of the last students, and had not attracted much attention. But this student had been one of the most famous and mysterious of all the students. He was Lai Yinghong, ranked first on the Book of Talents. Other than knowing that he had come from the coastal Jiaodong Commandery, and that he might have been cultivating overseas, and possessed some of the methods that the cultivators of the overseas islands were skilled in, none of the cultivation places in Changling knew anything about him. Previously, he had been wearing an earth-colored robe of coarse cloth, but now, he was wearing a deep red robe. This robe was made from threads woven from the dark red brambles. Although it was abnormally rough, it was extremely tough and fine. It was like a thin layer of rattan armor that prevented the thorns from piercing through. Even more importantly, he had not spent much time to complete this robe. He did not look like a cultivator who used the sword, but a skilled craftsman. At this moment, he was directly traversing through the thorny undergrowth. Although his speed was still not fast, his body was bent a little lower, as if his entire body was hidden in the thorny undergrowth. He looked like a cautious and quiet lone wolf preparing to hunt, or a shark swimming in the shallow waters of the sea. She wants Ding Ning to understand, the more he tries to resist, the more he will lose. At that time, he will not just lose Shui Wangshu. Jing Liuli looked at Lai Yinghong's figure and said slowly, many cultivators can disregard their own life and death, but this kind of constant pressure can easily cause a person's mind to collapse. Hearing her words, Yang Tai Guanjian turned to look at her and said softly and seriously, so do not pay too much attention to anyone. Otherwise, you will have many weaknesses. What about you? Hearing Yang Tai Guanjian's sincere warning as a teacher, Jing Liuli asked coolly. Yang Tai Guanjian smiled slightly and said naturally, the people I care about the most are stronger than me. So even if I have weaknesses, other people will not be able to grasp them. Lai Yinghong was clearly a cultivator skilled in tracking. The reason the two had such a conversation was because Lai Yinghong had locked onto a prey. At this time, he was moving straight towards that prey. Therefore, even though he wasn't moving very fast, he was closing in on his prey very quickly. The stream water was slightly cold. The brambles on the two sides of the stream had annoying thorns, but like most plants, they gave off a natural fragrance. Before Shenyi came to Changling, he was like most Guangzhou youths. He had enough bravery and drive, but his personality and conduct were not meticulous and steady. Yet in Falling Parasol, he had taken care of Shui Wangshu for half a year. In the most ordinary and dilapidated streets, the sun rose and set. Other than cultivation, he encountered the most trivial and ordinary matters. Other than receiving Xue Wangshu's teachings and improving greatly in his swordsmanship, his personality had become extremely calm. So even though he was tired and in pain, and those green palaces were still far away as though they could never be approached, he was not panicked or discouraged. So he immediately sensed the slight movement in the brambles behind him. He immediately stopped, gripped his sword and turned around. However, the trace of abnormality in his perception had completely disappeared. He only saw a patch of calm deep red brambles. Xun Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He knew this could not be his illusion, so he tried to wait calmly. Time slowly passed. Xun Yi, gripping his sword hilt, seemed to turn into a stone statue. A storm suddenly surged out of the deep red brambles. The deep red brambles he was facing fell in patches. Countless branches broke into small pieces and surged towards him with the wild wind. With a soft hiss, Xun Yi pulled out his sword. But at the same time, a hint of shock flashed through his eyes. Such a violent storm came from the front, but the attacker did not follow the storm and attack from the front. On the contrary, a sword light had already appeared behind his body. His attention was completely focused on the storm in front of him. When he sensed the sword light coming from behind him, he knew that he was already a step too late. However, he did not panic because of this. His sword was still as smooth as before, slashing forward at the fastest speed. At the same time, he exerted strength in his legs and waist, instantly twisting his body horizontally. A sharp silver sword light was close to his body. In this moment, the sword light in Xun Yi's hand spread out. A circle of unusually bright light exploded in front of Xun Yi. In the next moment, the surroundings around Xun Yi were pitch black, like the deepest night had suddenly descended. This silver sword light was even hidden in this darkness. The owner of this silver sword light could not see anything. With a low shout, he decisively retreated. Xun Yi forced back this sneak attacker with a blow, but he did not feel any joy. Because at this time, he sensed several points of coldness in the wild wind behind him. This was a cold metallic smell. In the wild wind that came from his back, there were not just the broken deep red brambles, but other things. At this moment, these things should be extremely close to his back, so just by relying on the cold metallic smell, the scene of several thin sword pieces about to touch his back appeared in his mind. The reality was so. Several sharp sword blades, like several long and narrow fish bones, even fell on his back with a faint shadow. Chapter 259. This was different from the fighting methods of the Changling swordsman. Chen Yi could not dodge these sword pieces in time. His heart was filled with coldness as he prepared for these sharp sword pieces to stab into the flesh of his back. However, what he did not expect was that there was a strange power quietly forming in the after-images he left behind when he turned around and swung his sword. With several hisses, the sword shards cut through the clothes on his back, leaving behind several bloody wounds. However, they did not penetrate deep into his body. Instead, they were guided by this strange power and landed on the black sword in his hand. The master of the silver sword light still couldn't see what was happening, but he could clearly feel that the strange power in the sword shadow even affected the silver sword light in his hand, as if several green vines were binding it. He had never heard of such a sword art, and was naturally puzzled. But his mind was still calm. He took a few more steps back into the stream behind him, and created 2 splashes. Xun Yi's body froze slightly. He looked at the sword in his hand with complicated emotions. The black jade-like sword had 4 thin light blue sword pieces attached to it, like 4 beautiful butterflies. He knew that the strange power just now, in the sword shadows he swung, was not produced by his sword form, but came from the sword in his hand. Previously, when Jin Lioli had appeared, she had clearly told him that the sword in his hand, which looked like black jade and had dark blue twining patterns on the hilt, was called Twining Branch of Hatred. It was the sect master sword of the Han Thousand Lotus Palace. But he, Zhong Yi and the others did not know how this sword was different from other swords, or what was special about it. Shocked and relieved, he faintly sensed that the power of this sword was very compatible with some of the sword essences he was most skilled in. So he immediately felt endless admiration for Ding Ning. Facing a strong enemy, he should have no stray thoughts, and only think about fighting the enemy. But the relief of this sword caused his mind to be filled with the figures of Ding Ning, Zhong Yi, and Shui Wangshu. His back was sticky. He knew that this was blood soaking his clothing. But inside, he felt an indescribable calm and joy. His greatest gain after coming to Changling was becoming a disciple of White Goat Cave. There were many better cultivation places in the world than White Goat Cave, but in his mind, he could not find a better senior sect brother than Ding Ning and Zhong Yi, or a better master than Shui Wangshu. Just being able to fight with Ding Ning and Zhong Yi made him happy and proud. It is not the power of the sword form, but the problem with the sword itself. The voice of the owner of the silver sword light rang out at this time. As his feet created splashes of water, accompanied by the sound of water, the sound seemed to be somewhat chaotic. "You are Lai Yinghong." Shen Yi saw the other's figure and face, and said the other's name. While Lai Yinghong had been extremely low-key before this, as the top student on the Book of Talents, he had naturally noticed the existence of this person. "Why did you ambush me?" Thinking that this person came from Jiaodong Commandery controlled by the Empress family, Shen Yi understood why Lai Yinghong had attacked. His question was a question he knew the answer to. Because he knew the answer, his tone was stern. Lai Yinghong's gaze moved away from the sword pieces still stuck to Shen Yi's sword, but there were no emotions in his eyes. "I had not expected you to be able to withstand my blow." He looked at Shen Yi and spoke. He had a clear Jiaodong Commandery coastal accent that people could not understand, but they could clearly feel the sincere praise in his words. Then he did not make any extra movements, and attacked. With a boom, the sword in his hand had just been swung out, and before the sword move was complete, there was a thunderous explosion in the air in front of him. Shen Yi's face paled. Just now, in this short period of time, he had looked closely at Lai Yinghong's silver sword. This silver sword looked very thin, and there was a blue seal script in the middle of the sword that went deep into the body of the sword. People would even worry that the sword would be split apart by this seal script in the fierce collision. But in his vision, the air in front of him had turned into two visible waves that parted to the sides. Lai Yinghong's silver sword was charging towards him like an armored ship. This was a blow without any finesse. Just now, after the first blow had failed, Lai Yinghong's blow pursued pure power. The power of this sword kept reminding Chen Yi that Lai Yinghong's introduction in the Book of Talents was realm 4 second class. His cultivation was a whole realm higher than his own. At the same time, this blow reminded Shen Yi that Lai Yinghong wanted to use the most direct and fastest method to end this battle. Chen Yi had never really fought with a cultivator whose cultivation was nearly an entire realm higher than his before, so he didn't have any confidence at all. However, for some reason, he inexplicably felt great courage in his heart and didn't want to give up. He struggled to inhale, and the black jade sword in his hand quickly rose up. With a hiss, a curved sword light met Lai Yinghong's blow like a thick goat horn. This was the white goat hanging horn of the white goat sword manual. This was the move in the white goat sword manual that was best used to defend against the strong. Shen Yi was equivalent to Shui Wangshu's last disciple. He naturally had some understanding of the true meaning of this move, but at this time, his blow was unable to completely defend against Lai Yinghong's blow. With a dull thud, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a shrill roar. The soles of his feet seemed to be on fire, and the friction between his feet and the ground kicked up a cloud of dust. His whole body slid backwards rapidly, and in an instant, his body was entangled with countless thorns, causing numerous wounds to appear all over his body. The broken thorns were clearly embedded in his bloody wounds, and the great pain caused his sword-wielding arm to convulse. After pushing back Shen Yi with a blow, Lai Yinghong did not pause at all. His vital energy was still surging out of his body. The sword in his hand did not stop, and continued to slash down at Shen Yi. Shen Yi's sword had been pushed to the front of his face. At this time, it looked like he could not stop this blow. Yet amidst the furious howl, a glowing flow of water appeared in front of him as his sword vibrated. Following this flow of water, Shen Yi's sword suddenly sped up, and completed a sword move that he had not been able to fight in time. Several clear ink lines appeared in the flow of water. The black on Shen Yi's black jade sword suddenly grew deeper. Lai Yinghong's eyebrows rose slightly. At this time, he once again sensed the binding power emanating from Shen Yi's sword. But he did not resist, and allowed his sword move to be attracted. His sword move became even faster, and once again hit Shen Yi's sword without any finesse. Muffled vibrations sounded again between the two swords. The energy shot out like arrows. Dozens of drops of blood sprayed out of Shen Yi's palm. The black light on his black jade sword was completely dissipated. Yet at this time, the ink lines that had appeared in the flow of water disappeared, and turned into a patch of white light. This patch of white light seemed to form a new seal. The scattered black light all fell into this patch of white light, and gathered on Shen Yi's sword again. The sound of thorns cutting flesh sounded in the air again. Shen Yi's howl of pain sounded again. His body was shaken and slid back more than 100 feet. His body was a bloody mess. Yet he had managed to stop this blow, and his sword had not been shaken out of his hand. This blow is very interesting. Jing Liuli looked at this scene and could not help but say, "The Shun family and White Goat Cave do not have a sword move like this. This sword seal essence should come from the remnant scroll of the Ju family ink garden." Yang Tai Guanjian said calmly, but in such a short time, he was able to use the sword move he comprehended from the Cloud Water Palace on the sword nucleus. Not bad. At this time, gasps and murmurs sounded on the cliff where the cultivation teachers were watching. Many people were shocked at Lai Yinghong's strength, and also at Shen Yi being able to stop Lai Yinghong's blow. Lai Yinghong's brow furrowed slightly, but there were no special emotions in his eyes. His experience growing up was different from most students. Battle, especially cruel battles, he had experienced too much. Even though the other's performance was completely out of his expectations, he was certain that the other would not be able to stop his next blow. Shun Yi gritted his teeth and used his left hand to caress his right arm. He was certain that he could not stop the other's next blow. But at this time, Lai Yinghong suddenly turned around. On the surface of the stream behind him, in midair, a muffled noise suddenly sounded, as if someone had suddenly struck a large brass bell. Lai Yinghong's eyes flashed and he raised his sword. The air around him seemed to condense. With a bang, it was like an invisible hammer had struck. His body swayed slightly. He took a step back and looked in the direction of the sound. In the stream, there was a figure that looked very tired walking over. "No matter who instigated you to deal with Chen Yi, no matter how much he gave you, I will double it." An unusually familiar and rich voice reached Shen Yi's ears. Chapter 260. Hearing this familiar voice, Shen Yi was pleasantly surprised. This sea of brambles in the heart of Minute Mountain Sword Sect was shrouded in a strange formation. It seemed that only when one was very close, one's sight and sound would not be obstructed. One could not see anyone walking in the distance. He had not expected to encounter Xie Changxing at this time, but he immediately sensed. He had not expected to encounter Xie Changxing at this time. Yet he immediately felt nervous and great unease. It was because he understood that this wasn't something that could be decided with money. That was why in the next instant, he subconsciously shouted towards Xie Changxing, who was walking over from the stream, "Xie Changxing, hurry and leave." Anyone could hear the sincere concern in his shout, but what he received in return was Xie Changxing's ungrateful sneer. "Leave? Leave quickly? Is it so easy to walk quickly?" Chen Yi opened his mouth but froze for a moment. He finally saw Xie Changxing's figure clearly. Xie Changxing did have a hard time walking quickly. In addition to the many wooden thorns on his body, Chen Yi's chest, abdomen, and back also had many bloody wounds. These wounds had been soaked in water for a long time, and although Xie Changxing had used some unknown method to stop the bleeding, they were still white and looked even more uncomfortable than the bloody wounds on his body. The crystal sword with many golden threads of light inside was being supported by Xie Zhongxing like a walking stick. In the past, when Xie Changxing appeared in front of Shen Yi, he was dressed in luxurious robes. But right now, he looked like a prisoner who had been severely punished in a water prison. This contrast caused Shen Yi to be even more shocked. "I really do not know why Xue took you as his last disciple." Seeing his frozen appearance, Xie Changxing, whose face was unusually pale, seemed even angrier. He sneered and said, The difference between you and Ding Ning is too great. If it were him, I'm afraid I would only need to sit and watch. I wouldn't need to waste energy to help. Shen Yi said shamefully, of course I am not as good as senior sect brother Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng's chest rose and fell violently. Shen Yi's words seemed to make him even angrier, but he forced down his anger. He looked darkly at Lai Yinghong and said, "It seems you are not willing to accept my suggestion." Lai Yinghong glanced at him and thought about Xie Changsheng's attack just now. He did not respond. If the two of us can't deal with him, then we might as well die. A layer of frost appeared on Xie Changsheng's face as he said to Chen Yi. Shen Yi struggled to swallow. While the twitching in his arm had barely disappeared, he still did not feel he and Xie Changsheng could defeat Lai Yinghong. Lai Yinghong still did not respond. Without any warning, he drew his sword. He attacked at Xie Changsheng. While Xie Changsheng's attack just now was wondrous, from any angle, Xie Changsheng's physical condition was extremely poor, and he was easier to deal with than Shen Yi. Dozens of light blue sword lights suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. These dozens of sword lights contained terrifying power. Yet as Lai Yinghong moved through the wind, his longsword was dragged diagonally on the ground. His vital energy flooded into the sword. Patches of dust rose from the ground like shark fins sliding on the ground. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Seeing such a strange sword move, Xie Changsheng's pupils contracted. But he did not dodge, straightened his body, and slashed forward. Shen Yi exclaimed. Xie Changsheng's sword light looked too weak. Compared to Lai Yinghong's sword light, it was like a weak candle flame that would be extinguished in the next moment. Even more importantly, Xie Changsheng had attacked too early. In his view, it seemed to be a futile attack towards the air. Lai Yinghong was slightly surprised, but he felt that Xie Changsheng could not be so weak. Whoosh! Just as he felt a warning, a hot presence appeared in the air in front of him. A cluster of burning golden clouds formed, sweeping dozens of meters of space and arriving in front of him. His flying hair immediately turned yellow and withered, and then started to burn. However, his movements were abnormally steady. The sword that he had been dragging on the ground suddenly flicked up. Fin-shaped waves of energy flew up as his longsword rose, and formed a strange change with the sword light that had been piercing in front of him. There seemed to be a light blue wave spreading in front of him, but at the center of the wave, there was a terrifying suction force forming. It was like an enormous whale opening its mouth. All of the burning golden clouds were extinguished and swallowed into the mouth of this enormous whale. Shen Yi's shocked shout sounded behind Lai Yinghong. He could sense that this strange suction force came from the sword in Lai Yinghong's hand. At the same time, he was certain that Xie Changsheng could not withstand this attack. So he attacked without regard for anything else, and used his fastest sword form. A bright bolt of lightning formed on his sword, twisting in the air and falling towards Lai Yinghong's back. Lai Yinghong's forward sword move did not stop, but at this time, he forcefully turned his hand. As though he had eyes on the back of his head, his sword accurately blocked this bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, thin white and purple lightning flashed in all directions like sparks. Lai Yinghong's body was already in front of Xie Changsheng. Xie Changsheng's breathing completely stopped, and his eyes narrowed into a line. With a shout, he swung his sword towards the artery at Lai Yinghong's neck. Lai Yinghong's left hand slapped out. When the sword light was just a foot away from his neck, he accurately hit the sword. With a boom, a great wave seemed to explode in the air. Xie Changsheng's breathing stopped. He felt that his entire right arm was numb and unable to feel. His left hand instinctively reached out and gripped the sword hilt that was about to leave his hand. But at this time, he saw a hand still coming down in the air. He forcefully turned his head. This hand landed on his shoulder. Crack! The sound of dry wood cracking came from his shoulder. Two waves splashed out under his feet. In the next instant, a cry of pain gushed out from his mouth. His body fell down, his entire body falling backwards, like a stone thrown from the sky, smashing fiercely into the stream behind him. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi, who was close to Lai Yinghong's back, was shocked and furious. His vital energy furiously flooded into the long sword in his hand. The black jade-like sword shone with a strange green light, as if many green vines were about to grow out of it. Lai Yinghong did not even look and still swung his hand backwards. He allowed his sword to be attracted by the power of Shun Yi's twining branch of hate and smashed like a metal rod. Shun Yi's breathing completely stopped. His left hand moved like lightning to his waist and then reached forward. He still had a sword, the sword that he had originally used. At this time, all of his vital energy was surging towards the twining branch of hate in his right hand. He could not channel any vital energy into the sword in his left hand in time. But this was a sword, and unusually sharp. His vital energy was channeled into the twining branch of hate in his right hand, but all of his attention was focused on the sword in his left hand. This sword that gathered all of his attention and hope stabbed towards Lai Yinghong's chest. There was a tearing sound. The clothing at Lai Yinghong's chest was torn by the tip of the sword. However, there was no change in his expression. His sword crossed with the twining branch of hate. A powerful vibrating force was generated from his sword. Shun Yi's eyes immediately filled with disbelief. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his body and then colliding violently. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His body uncontrollably flew backwards. The sword in his left hand still maintained its courageous stabbing posture, but the tip of the sword separated from Lai Yinghong's skin and moved further and further away. Bam! Shun Yi's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a spray of dust and shattered brambles. The fierce collision caused Shun Yi to be unable to breathe. He coughed violently. At this time, he did not feel pain, but cold, even colder. He had expected that even if the two of them worked together, they might not be a match for Lai Yinghong. Yet he had not expected that even if they used a method of mutual destruction, the two of them would not pose any threat to Lai Yinghong, and did not even have a clear sword wound. Too weak. Jing Liuli shook her head and said coldly. Her gaze landed on Xie Changsheng, who was climbing up from the stream water. Xie Changsheng had successfully attracted her attention not because he was outstanding, but because he appeared exceptionally stupid in her eyes. In her eyes, Xie Changsheng was the person least likely to pass through this sea of brambles and pass this competition. At this moment, her evaluation of these two words was naturally directed at Xie Changsheng. Xie Changsheng coughed even more violently than Shun Yi. He choked on a lot of muddy water and coughed as though he was going to cough his lungs out. Some of the white wounds on his body that were no longer bleeding began to open up again, and fresh blood flowed out. His left shoulder had caved in, and the bones inside were broken beyond recognition. Yet looking at him, Lai Yinghong, whose expression had been cold, raised an eyebrow and suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Jing Liuli could not see Xie Changsheng's expression at this time. Otherwise, she would have sensed the danger Lai Yinghong sensed. This was because there wasn't much fear in Xie Changsheng's eyes at this moment. Instead, they were burning with a kind of fanatical fighting spirit, a kind of mutual destruction, and even a kind of pride. There was an indescribable arrogant smile at the corners of his mouth. You think you have one like this? He coughed violently, bent over and said to Lai Yinghong. Then he forced himself to raise the sword in his hand. Chen Yi was also barely able to stand up at this time. Seeing Xie Zhangsheng's actions, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, unable to speak. Because at this time, Xie Changsheng, standing in the muddy stream water, cut his own leg. Bright red blood surged out of his leg like an enormous red lotus blooming in the water. Chapter 261. Xie Changsheng, what are you doing? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment before he let out a cry of disbelief. There was only one possibility that could cause such a large amount of blood to appear in the muddy stream water. The main artery in the leg had been cut open. Cutting open one's main artery in the leg was no different from suicide for any cultivator. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his body, and the discomfort caused Xie Changsheng to know better than Shun Yi that he was committing suicide. However, as Chen Yi exclaimed, the strange smile on Yang Kai's face only grew wider and wider. He raised his sword again, and with an indescribable viciousness, he slashed hard at his own leg. Xie Changsheng. Shun Yi paled. Even if Lai Yinghong did not stop him, He could not quickly help Xie Changsheng stop the bleeding. If he could not stop the bleeding, it meant that Xie Changsheng would quickly die. He could not understand why Xie Changsheng did this. He could not understand at all, but Lai Yinghong understood the meaning behind Xie Changsheng's actions. He sensed a fine vibration from the ground under his feet. In his perception, the air in the deep red brambles in the distance started to become restless. Patches of deep red brambles were torn apart by wild power and crushed. He looked at Xie Changsheng, and an indescribable emotion appeared on his face. He could not help but ask, "This is just a competition, is it worth it? When you come out, you rely on loyalty." A sheen of water appeared on Xie Changsheng's face. He had not splashed on the stream water, but because he was so weak, he naturally formed a layer of sweat. Yet, he looked with disdain at Lai Yinghong and sneered. Also, a drop of water is repaid with a spring. A drop of water was repaid with a spring. What came out was often a spring of blood. Lai Yinghong looked at the springs of blood in the stream water in front of Xie Changsheng and became completely silent. He understood the meaning of Xie Changsheng's words. Xie Changsheng and Ding Ning were friends, and Ding Ning had done a great favor for the Xie family. But at this time, to his surprise, Xie Changsheng looked at him and said in a weak voice, "Also, I am called Xie Changsheng. I often win when gambling. This is inside Minute Mountain Sword Sect, not outside. I bet that Minute Mountain Sword Sect will not watch me die." Lai Yinghong suddenly looked up, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Xie Changsheng. But Xie Changsheng could not see the expression in his eyes. This was because Xie Changsheng had already fainted, falling backwards like a very heavy piece of wood. With a bang, a scarlet wave of water splashed out. Above the cliffs, Jing Liuli looked at the circle of red water. His brow furrowed deeply, and a layer of coldness rose on his face. But he did not mock Xie Changsheng like before. Yang Tai Guanjian looked at the movements in the wilderness. Looking at Xie Changsheng's falling figure, in his eyes, the figure of the Guanzhong youth who had appeared so stupid before falling like a piece of wood appeared proud. As expected, this Guanzhong youth has many redeeming qualities, he said to Jing Liuli. Then he moved and stepped into the air in front of him. His entire body was already flowing with glaring sword essence, and now, when he moved, his entire body was emitting sword light. His entire body turned into an extremely dazzling sword light, falling from the sky. Xie Changsheng's cultivation was low, but he was the son of the richest man in Guanzhong, and the future successor of the Xie family. Many of the cultivation teachers watching from the cliffs were shocked when he did such a decisive action. But they did not have time to be shocked. Because Xie Changsheng fell backwards, before the red water could fall back into the stream, Yang Tai Guanjian's feet touched the water. The friction between sword essence and powerful energy and the air caused the air around his feet to burn and give off blue light. The surface of the stream boiled as though it was going to cook Xie Changsheng, who had just fallen into the water. But in the next moment that many people could not see clearly, a deep sword mark appeared in the red stream. This sword mark split the water and cut into the sand at the bottom of the stream. Yang Tai Guanjian and Xie Changsheng's figures disappeared from Shen Yi and Lai Yinghong's sight. In the next moment, Yang Tai Guanjian, holding Xie Changsheng, appeared in front of a green palace. This green palace was an astounding distance away from the stream where Xie Changsheng had fallen, but Yang Tai Guanjian arrived in a flash. A circle of dark blue flames danced beneath his feet. The sword essence emanating from his body forced away all the chaotic airflow, and the space around him seemed to be frozen. The cultivators watching from the cliffs changed expression. They could not imagine that there would be someone so fast in the world. Yang Tai Guanjian could sense the shock and terror of the cultivators in the air, but his expression was cold, and his calm eyes showed no pride. He was the fastest person in Minute Mountain Sword Sect to begin with. This was the most important reason he had followed Jing Liuli all this time. Xie Changsheng's gamble was correct. This was a competition in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Naturally, Minute Mountain Sword Sect could not watch as anyone died. But even Yang Tai Guanjian was not certain he could save Xie Changsheng at this time. Senior sect brother, he stopped at the entrance to the Green Palace. Just as he spoke, a hurried and irritated voice came from inside. "What time is it? You still want to waste words? Send him in. The moment the voice sounded, a gentle power swept out and landed on Xie Changsheng's body. Xie Changsheng's body flew out of Yang Tai Guanjian's hand and shot into the Green Palace. Yang Tai Guanjian's expression grew more serious. He was the fastest person in Minute Mountain Sword Sect who had seen the most swords. Naturally, the person in the Green Palace was the person in Minute Mountain Sword Sect who knew how to heal. But if the person in the Green Palace was so impatient and irritated, it was unknown if Xie Changsheng could survive. Xie Changsheng was not an ordinary cultivator. His wealth could rival a country, and he could build a completely different cultivation path. Adding on his performance today, Yang Tai Guanjian was certain that Xie Changsheng was in the upper echelons of all these students. Such a talented and promising young talent, what kind of result would he get by risking his life? Yang Tai Guanjian slowly exhaled and turned to look back. Lai Yinghong still did not move. As the tremors under his feet grew, fine droplets of water appeared in the crimson stream water in front of him. Chen Yi's face was extremely pale as he looked around at the countless waves of qi coming from the crimson thorns around him. Sensing the yuan qi fluctuations emanating from the unknown beasts, he finally understood that Xie Changsheng must have come into contact with these beasts before and knew that the bloody aura of cultivators could attract such a group of beasts. That was why when Xie Changsheng first appeared in his sight, his wounds were so pale, without a trace of blood. In order to escape the pursuit of these beasts, Xie Changsheng had not simply stopped the bleeding. He had likely purposefully let this cold stream water continuously soak the wounds that had already stopped bleeding, and did not care that these wounds would fester in the future and be difficult to heal. A wave of heart-shaking howls sounded in the surroundings. These howls were not the howls of these beasts, but the sounds produced when their energies were rapidly coming out and condensing. Chen Yi's pupils shrank violently, and when the surrounding thistles and thorns were completely torn apart by the powerful yuan qi, he was finally able to see the figures of the strange beasts that were attacking him. These were locusts that seemed to have grown hundreds of times. Yet unlike the imperial insects Ding Ning had seen before, the energies gathered on the hind legs of these imperial insects had become blue-white substance, like blue-white icicles. There was a soft hiss. A cold light blue sword light attacked an imperial insect. At this time, Lai Yinghong's eyes were still cold, but his breathing grew heavier. He could see that these beasts were no different from a true army, but he naturally would not wait for death. Clang! Lai Yinghong's wrist shook, and there was a sharp pain where his palm and sword hilt touched. Lai Yinghong's long sword sliced up the thick hind legs of this imperial insect without hesitation. The tip of the sword stabbed half a foot into the imperial insect's abdomen, and then he cut open the abdomen of this imperial insect and lifted it up. This imperial insect's body was lifted up to a height it could not normally jump. The moment it landed hard on the ground, it jumped out in pain and hit multiple imperial insects. Smelly insect blood sprayed on Lai Yinghong's body. Lai Yinghong's breathing paused slightly. Even though he had tested the power of these insects with one blow, and disrupted the formation of the imperial insects behind him, in this moment, the air around him was filled with the figures of imperial insects. There were continuous explosions, and real icicles filled his vision like spears. Lai Yinghong quickly swung his sword. The sword flashed with blue energy. A wave of blue sword energy gushed out of his sword like a fountain, and immediately cut off the strong hind legs of more than a dozen imperial insects. However, it was also at this moment that a shrill and furious roar came from his mouth. Blood sprayed out of his shoulders and back at the same time. His blow had cleared out a large area of space for him to move around, and these imperial insects whose hind legs he had cut off would cause even more chaos. But when the energy coming out of the hind legs of these imperial insects collided with his sword energy, the ice pieces that shot out were more terrifying than the arrows on the battlefield. His long sword shook violently. Many blue energy pieces flew out like sharp and hard fish scales, and shot into the group of imperial insects in front of him, causing many streams of blood. Jing Liuli was still silent. But she started to admit Tan Tai Guanjian's view. Xie Changsheng, whom she had criticized as worthless, did have some good points. Chapter 262. Lai Yinghong's vital energy cultivation was realm 4 second class. He killed the imperial insects faster, and the scene of him killing the imperial insects looked even more ferocious and shocking. Yet in her eyes, Lai Yinghong's movements in this formation appeared too inexperienced compared to the previous Ding Ning. He was still not efficient, and wasted unnecessary energy and vital energy. Even if the number of imperial insects surrounding him was reduced by half, he could not charge out. Lai Yinghong was much stronger than Shen Yi and Xie Changsheng. Also, his sword was called the Whale Swallow Sword. It was a famed sword in the world and had special abilities. Xie Changsheng could not even receive one blow from Lai Yinghong, but with such tactics, he caused Lai Yinghong to be trapped here. In the world of cultivators, especially in matters related to victory and death, one did not care about the process, only the result. Xie Changsheng had achieved the desired result, and caused her opinion to change. Yet, on the cliff behind her, some of the spectating cultivation teachers grew increasingly anxious as they watched Lai Yinghong and the imperial insects fight. Some people could not tolerate it any longer. An old man dressed in purple robes embroidered with stars and moon was the first to speak angrily. These insects are so strong, each one is comparable to a realm 3 second-class cultivator. If even Lai Yinghong, ranked first in the Book of Talents, is going to be seriously injured and defeated here, this kind of competition is too difficult and meaningless. Many people agreed with the old man's words, but some had different opinions. Just as the old man's voice disappeared, a heavy cold snort rang out. If you have objections to the rules of the trials, you can choose not to participate. These insects are only comparable to realm 3 second-class cultivators, not realm 5 cultivators. They can kill these students in one move. Also, this is not a competition that requires cultivation to pass. Previously, Xie Changsheng had thought of a way to escape the pursuit of these insects. It is clearly a matter of method, but you say that the competition is meaningless. This is the saying of not knowing how to swim but complaining that your pants are too big. Whether it was the words or the tone, they were extremely rude. The old man in purple robes was naturally furious. He turned his head, wanting to argue with the person who spoke. However, when he saw that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man in blue robes with a long face, his breathing paused. He forcefully swallowed the words he was about to blurt out. The middle-aged man in blue robes was Lu Qingli of the Nether Sword sect. He was from Guanzhong. Many outstanding young people from Guanzhong came to Changling to make a living before becoming cultivators or joining the army. Many of them had received help from the Xie family, so the cultivators from Guanzhong were mostly respectful of the Xie family. To refute the current battle was to refute that Xie Changsheng had probably used his life to exchange for victory. This old man's cultivation was about the same as Lu Qingli's, but Lu Qingli was younger and had much more energy. If they really fought, he was likely to lose. Also, he might attract the anger of many cultivators from Guanzhong. The old man did not speak. But Lu Qingli slowly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Just now, when Ding Ning faced these insects, no one raised objections. It is too late to say these words now." The surroundings on the cliff suddenly sank into a deathly silence. The old man in purple robes did not feel more angry, but felt a hint of coldness. Everyone could hear that Lu Qingli's words were not directed at him, but at the person behind Lai Yinghong's public dissatisfaction. Many people here came from Jiaodong Commandery, and had received the favor of the palace. They cared most about the thoughts of the mistress of the palace. Compared to the cultivators present who sympathized with White Goat Cave situation, these people were much more numerous and powerful. But those who did not dare to fight with those who did not care for their lives had nothing to do with numbers. In the deathly silence, Lu Qingli's eyes narrowed even more, and his gaze narrowed into a thin blade. He looked at the green palace Xie Changsheng was in, and took a deep breath. At the same time, he thought coldly inside, the person who ordered Lai Yinghong to do this better pray that Xie Changsheng lived. Otherwise, they would pay a heavy price. He did not care if this was Xie Changsheng's own choice. He only knew that some things could not be crossed. Causing Xue Wangshu to die at the start of the Minute Mountain sword trials, and Lai Yinghong to kill Ding Ning's good friends, in the eyes of many people, had crossed the limit. The curtain of the tent trembled violently and swayed outwards. Palace attendant Rong had more power than many officials, but her identity was just a palace attendant. So she could not appear in public at this time, and could only rest in the tent to listen to the reports. Hearing the yellow-robed middle-aged man's report, a layer of dark clouds began to cover her face. The air around her body was suppressed by the natural flow of yuan qi, constantly swelling outwards. She was just a person who worked for others. She did not fight for her own honor and face. Therefore, when she did these things, she could completely ignore other people's opinions and even ignore other people's insults to her. However, she could not allow herself to fail in her work. Lai Yinghong was the most important chess piece in her hand. But who would have thought that this chess piece would be destroyed in the hands of Xie Changsheng, a Guangzhong youth that could have been ignored? Thinking that this matter would only make those proud youths even prouder, and would not serve as a warning, her expression grew uglier. The remains of the imperial insects and shattered ice scattered all over the ground, making it difficult for Lai Yinghong to even step on the ground. In a short span of a dozen breaths, he had dozens of wounds on his body, and one of them was a terrifying penetrating wound. In the eyes of everyone watching, his end was set. But he did not want to give up. A shrill cry rang out from his mouth. His eyes flashed with a strange green flame, and the whale swallow sword in his hand suddenly shot out hundreds and thousands of green sword beams. These sword lights spread out like the branches of a willow tree, brushing outwards. Teeth-numbing cracking sounds sounded in the air. These sounds included the sound of shells cracking, bones cracking, and flesh exploding. With him as the center, the bodies of the dozens of imperial insects exploded in an instant, turning into irregular pieces of flesh. In the next moment, the leather boots on his feet also let out an explosive sound. His entire body was like a horse carriage that had gone out of control, madly rushing towards the small stream where Xie Changsheng had fallen into. Yet at this time, the blood burning in Lai Yinghong's body suddenly turned cold. His eerie green eyes were covered by a patch of black. A figure drenched in blood like him, looking extremely tenacious, stood in front of him with a sword light that absorbed all light like a black curtain. There was a loud bang. The whale swallow sword in his hand was sucked over by a unique binding power, and collided with the long sword in the black curtain. As the true essence in his body subconsciously surged out, a wave of qi exploded between the two swords. His body was forced to take 3 steps back, and the figure that had rushed in front of him was directly sent flying by his sword. This momentary block was enough to cut off Lai Yinghong's last hope. When the black curtain dissipated in the air in front of him, dozens of sharp screams sounded around him. The sky around him was like a canvas that was torn apart by dozens of imperial insects that leaped and charged at high speed. Many of the spectating cultivation teachers on the cliff looked at the figure that had been sent flying into the brambles, and their emotions fluctuated again. Shui Wangshu took in a good disciple. Someone could not help but sigh emotionally. At this time, the figure who had been sent flying into the thorny undergrowth, his body covered with countless wounds, was naturally Chen Yi. This sword strike had consumed all of his strength. At this moment, he couldn't even stand up again. In the eyes of the cultivation teachers on the cliff, Zhong Yi, Ding Ning, and Shen Yi, these 3 students that could be considered Shui Wangshu's direct disciples of White Goat Cave, had fallen. Some were still struggling to survive. Some had passed and were calmly walking towards the exit. But regardless of whether it was the figure that had fallen or the figure that was continuing to advance, it was enough to make most of them respect, sigh emotionally, and even envy. The crimson sea of brambles was silent. Because of the unique formation that enveloped this place, the air and light in every 1,000 feet were strangely distorted. The result was not only that sound and some air currents were directed to specific directions, but also that the collision of the energies produced wondrous light. It was as if there was an invisible sun shining warm sunlight in the vast plains deep inside the mountain. But Ding Ning, who had a precise grasp of time, knew that it was deep into the night in the mountains outside. Maybe it was because it was already late at night in the mountains, so when he dragged his tired body to the green palace Qing Yaoyin had pointed at, the wind that blew out of the open door was slightly cold, and caused him, covered in sweat, to feel cold. A man appeared at the door of the palace. This man also wore the indigo robes that represented his identity as a cultivator of Minute Mountain sword sect. However, he held a bamboo scroll in his hand. His expression was gentle and delicate. He did not carry a sword, nor did he have a sharp sword essence. He did not feel like a powerful swordsman, but a private teacher waiting to be taught. He looked emotionally at Ding Ning, who had walked to the door. He nodded in greeting and congratulated Ding Ning on passing. But he could not help but say softly, "Why are you doing this?" Ding Ning recognized this man. He knew that this man was a gentleman like Zhong Yi. At the same time, he understood this man's good intentions. But hearing this man's voice, he inexplicably thought of his conversation with Zhongsun Qianxue, and Zhongsun Qianxue's answer back then. "Because I feel it is not fair." Ding Ning raised his head slightly, looked at the man, and answered calmly, "So I will do this." This man sighed, but did not say anything else. He moved to the side for Ding Ning to pass through the door. Other than Jing Liuli, no one else knew that this man at the door was actually a test. This man tested one's character and temperament. Therefore, when Ding Ning stepped into the Green Palace, it was equivalent to him being the first to pass 2 rounds of competition in a row. Chapter 263. On a high cliff, among the people watching the trials, there was a bearded middle-aged official dressed in blue robes. Seeing Ding Ning step into the Green Palace, the thin advisor beside him appeared overjoyed. He said softly to Ding Ning, unable to remain calm, "Official Sikong, there is only the last sword test left." He had not been seriously injured in this deep red brambles sea, and Lai Yinghong, ranked first on the Book of Talents, had withdrawn from the trials. Adding on the terrifying use of sword skills that Ding Ning had shown, even this cunning advisor thought that Ding Ning had a high chance of winning in the last round. In this advisor's view, Ding Ning only wanted to win out of pride. His talent likely had won the favor of many people in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. If he entered the top 10, he would definitely have a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study, and even receive personal guidance from some legendary people. At that time, this youth with excessive energies might be able to last longer. Their attention to this youth could be said to be their investment, and they might receive some returns. Yet compared to his joy, the bearded middle-aged official next to him, the vice bureau chief of the Bureau of Ceremonies, Sikong Lian, appeared even more depressed. Sikong Lian shook his head slightly and said softly, "You do not understand her well enough." The advisor was startled and immediately understood who the Shi Sikong Lian was referring to. His body immediately turned cold and stiff. She would never put all her eggs in one basket. In the battles against the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties in the past, even if she had made hundreds of deductions and it was as safe as a snake swallowing a frog, she would always have a powerful backup plan. Her status is different now. If one examines carefully, as a general, she is an undefeated general who has never lost a battle she presided over. Sikong Lian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Anyone can guess that Lai Yinghong is one of her people. So Lai Yinghong is not the pawn she relies on the most. Other than this habit of doing things, even more importantly, who in the world does not know of her coldness? The one working for her is Palace Attendant Rong. Since Palace Attendant Rong has expressed that she does not want Ding Ning to pass the trials, then it is not just Palace Attendant Rong's people who will stop Ding Ning from winning, or the backup plans she left behind." After a pause, Sikong Lian's voice became slightly cold. Many people will naturally respect her wishes and help her accomplish such a thing. Her coldness will not only make people feel that there is no problem if they don't oppose her, but will also make many people feel that if they don't help her, they will be severely punished. The thin advisor's heart grew colder. This was a simple problem of numbers. The fewer people he had on his side, the more brutal battles he would have to face in the following one-on-one battles. Some students who had no hopes of advancing would fight Ding Ning with their lives because of Palace Attendant Rong's intentions. Ding Ning did not have many friends on his side to begin with. In the eyes of most people, many of his friends would have a hard time passing this trial. Ding Ning walked into the Green Palace. There were no furnishings in the Green Palace. In the center of the palace, There was only a stone path that spiraled upward and was covered with moss. A cool mountain breeze flowed down along the stone path. Ding Ning slowly walked up the stone path. After a long time, he finally reached the exit. The night was dark. Outside the exit was the mountain valley where they had eaten. There were several oil lamps burning in the crude hut. The light of the oil lamps shone on his figure, making his shadow appear very lonely. Ding Ning dragged his lonely shadow into the hut. The food in the hut had been cleaned up. There were only some ordinary white gauze and some small but sharp steel needles on the table. Ding Ning took out a steel needle and roasted it in the flame of the oil lamp for a moment. Then he wiped away the smoke on the needle and started to patiently and carefully pick out the broken splinters all over his body. Jing Liuli's figure appeared on a cliff he could not see. She stared at Ding Ning for a long time, and the admiration in her eyes grew stronger. The cleaner the splinters were removed, the less burden the body would face in the following battles and the easier it would be to move. Also, if these splinters stayed in the body for too long, they would cause pus and other symptoms. But the process of removing the splinters was not easy. Picking out the splinters one by one under the oil lamp was very tiring, especially when the body was extremely tired. Picking out splinters like this would make one even more tired. At the same time, each drop of the needle was a reminder of the piercing pain in that part of the body, and the constant pain was a great drain on one's strength. Yet, Ding Ning did not feel any impatience at this time. He was extremely careful and patient. Jing Liuli could not see clearly, but she could imagine that the splinters on the table in front of him had piled up. Gang Ren also looked silently at Ding Ning in the darkness. He did not disguise his admiration of Ding Ning. There might not be one or two students in many years who could enter the eyes of many Minute Mountain Sword Sect members of their level and receive their attention and admiration. But at this time, Gang Ren did not disguise his worry. He was also worried about the number of people in the end. There were too few people on Ding Ning's side. Also, rules were rules. Since the rules of the trials had been set, then even Jing Liuli, who had set the rules, could not change them. The night was deep. Most of the teachers watching the trials from the cliff were not resting. Even the teachers whose students had been eliminated were still paying close attention to every scene in the deep red sea of brambles. Of the 3 true direct disciples of White Goat Cave, Shenyi had left. Other than Ding Ning, only Zhongyi was left. In the eyes of almost all the teachers of the cultivation places, Zhongyi's situation was not good. Unlike most students, Zhongyi did not choose to walk in the stream or along the banks. He chose to pass through the brambles. He was not as fast or skilled as Lai Yinghong in weaving soft armor, but he also did not want more thorns to pierce his body and cause his wounds to worsen and weaken him. So he chose to cut through the brambles and advance. The sword he held right now was the hottest sword of the Jiao sword furnace. The great heat it gave off caused the brambles in front of him to become dry and brittle. It could be said that this was the sword most suited to pave a path in this place. Yet his movements were fast. He used his fastest speed to pass through this sea of brambles. He kept attacking at a fast speed. Even if his opponent was just grass and did not need to use vital energy, any swordsman would be tired. At this time, Zhongyi's entire body was sore. Waves of tiredness came like a tide and made it difficult for him to bear. The sword in his hand was as heavy as a mountain and grew heavier. Even more importantly, Zhongyi sensed some unusual movements coming from the surrounding wilderness. Whether it was the trembling of the ground, the slight chill of the wind blowing from afar, or the abnormal turbulence, they all reminded him that there were many changes in this seemingly calm sea of crimson brambles that he did not want to see, but would soon have to face. He was usually polite and reserved. In the eyes of many, he was an unusually wishy-washy and hesitant person. But any teacher familiar with him in White Goat Cave knew that he was as intelligent as Ding Ning. From the very beginning, he could tell that the stream was too still and contained too many dangers. That was why he chose to forge a path through the brambles. At the same time, from the fact that there was no time limit for this stage, he deduced that no matter how cautious he was, no matter how carefully he hid his tracks, there was definitely a possibility that something would find him. That was why he maintained an extremely fast speed through this sea of brambles. However, The sea of brambles was just too large, and it was covered by formations, making it extremely difficult for him to accurately grasp the path ahead. Up until now, he had not directly encountered any danger, but the green palaces in his eyes were still very far away. Meanwhile, in the wilderness around him, there were already terrifying changes occurring everywhere. He sensed that some students had been eliminated. At the same time, he sensed that those terrifying things had started to hunt for students like him. Sensing the terrifying disturbances in the wilderness, Zhongyi looked at his hands that were trembling like an old person even if he did not use any strength. He took a deep breath, was silent for a moment, and then did something that most of the teachers on the cliff had not expected. He used the long sword in his hand to clear out a space big enough for a person to lie down. He used the long sword in his hand to solidify the ground, evaporating the water and turning the ground into hard dry soil. Then he lay down, rubbed his sore right arm for a moment, and closed his eyes to sleep. What does he mean? Even if he is extremely tired, how can he sleep in a situation like this? Does he not detect the movements of these insects at all? Some of the teachers did not understand what he was doing at first. After confirming that he had quickly fallen asleep, many people could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Very daring. On one side of the cliff, there was a very gentle voice that made one feel as if a spring breeze was caressing their faces. It was a very comfortable voice. The speaker was Huang Jinwei, dressed in light yellow court robes. He shook his head emotionally. Very daring. His status in Changling was extremely noble, and there were very few people who could stand near him. However, everyone who heard his voice could tell that it was a compliment and not a reprimand. Yangtai Guanjian was standing at the top of a green palace in the sea of brambles. Looking at Zhongyi's actions, he could not help but sigh. These disciples of White Goat Cave were very interesting. Even Zhongyi, who was rumored to be the most cautious and hesitant, was very unusual. Zhongyi slept very soundly. Because of his exhaustion, he even snored. He only slept and did nothing. But as he slept, he attracted the gazes of many people on the cliff. There was an imperial insect swarm that had already consumed the black iceworms, and was roaming through the brambles not far from him like a cavalry. The closest he had ever been to him was less than half a kilometer away. If they discovered Zhongyi's existence, Zhongyi would be seriously injured in his sleep and withdraw from the trials. But Zhongyi won the gamble. This imperial insect swarm brushed past him. After sleeping for 4 hours, Zhongyi opened his eyes and woke up. Chapter 264. He was very lucky, but at the same time, this was the result of a great gamble. Zhongyi rubbed his face hard to wake himself up. He thought of Xue Wangshu who had passed away, and then Ding Ning who he did not know if he had passed this test. He thought of Ding Ning's situation and became sorrowful again. Yet he took a deep breath and told himself that the more this was the case, the stronger he had to be. He knew that there were very few people standing next to Ding Ning. He was the true eldest sect brother of White Goat Cave. No matter the time, he had to be Ding Ning's pillar of support. Glancing at the green hall closest to him, Zhongyi continued to move forward. The speed and pace of his sword attacks were still fast. Large patches of brambles fell in front of him. He sensed many strange movements in the wilderness that made his heart palpitate, but since he could boldly sleep in this place, he naturally wouldn't be distracted by the terrifying possibilities. His actions are actually very smart. He is using the stupidest method to resolve the restrictions of the formation. At least, he will not waste time walking in circles. Looking at Zhongyi who had woken up and continued to move forward, Yangtai Guanjian, who had returned to Jing Liuli's side, could not help but speak softly. After sleeping for 4 hours, many people have completely changed their views of him. Jing Liuli coldly turned to glance at Yangtai Guanjian. She knew that Yangtai Guanjian was starting to admire Zhongyi. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Yangtai Guanjian did not respond. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze calmly landed in front of Zhongyi. Zhongyi's hand that had been swinging his sword suddenly stopped. His hand stopped in front of him. The motionless sword furnace sword in his hand gave off hot air that blew his hair back. His pupils constricted slightly. Some of the brambles in front of him were unusually red. He smelled a faint scent of blood. He was certain that this was the blood of a cultivator. Moreover, it had just stained the thorns of the thistles and thorns not long ago. It had not even completely solidified yet. At this time, he hesitated slightly. However, at this time, he felt a stabbing pain between his brows, as if he had been pricked by a needle. This was a dangerous sword essence. Even though it wasn't true pain, just an instinctive reaction in his perception, he could confirm that this was the sword essence of a cultivator about to attack with a thought. Furthermore, to be able to give him such a perception, this cultivator must be very powerful, possibly even more powerful than him. Most importantly, this cultivator must be extremely close to him. He took a deep breath. He calmly pulled back the hot long sword and held it across his chest. Then he started to carefully search for this cultivator. What he didn't expect was that he could easily find the cultivator's location. Following these specks of blood that had yet to coagulate and some traces of footsteps, he saw a youth sitting dejectedly in a bramble bush several jong in front of him. The young man's black hair was disheveled and his face was abnormally pale. The robe he was wearing was originally black with a red collar. At this moment, this robe was riddled with holes, and all the holes were smeared with yellowish-black mud. The young man was already extremely weak, and he could only barely sit up with the help of the sword on his back. When Zhong Yi's gaze landed on him, the youth managed to raise his head. Zhong Yi saw his face and was stunned for a moment. Xu Lianhua? Xu Lianhua looked dispiritedly at him, his body trembling slightly. Many indescribable emotions appeared in his eyes. He did not seem to understand why Zhong Yi was so energetic at this time, and did not have many obvious wounds. What is it? Zhong Yi used his sword to open a path in shock. He walked forward and could not help but ask, what happened? When he got closer, his nostrils began to smell a foul stench. His eyes widened. He started to realize that the yellow and black stains on Xu Lianhua's body were not mud, but the feces of some animals. The reason he was able to recognize Xu Lianhua at a glance was because this youth from the Xu Marquessate establishment was ranked 6th on the Book of Talents. If not for the Book of Talents this time, and Lai Yinghong and Ku Shichuan suddenly appearing in the top 3, Xu Lianhua would be in the top 3 in the minds of almost all Changling youths. Xu Lianhua didn't just have Realm 4 cultivation, he also had unique understanding of many sword manuals. Zhong Yi could not imagine what had happened to cause this handsome youth, who had stood out among the students participating in the trials, to become like this. Seeing Zhong Yi's eyes widen in shock, Xu Lianhua's emotions became even more complicated. He gritted his teeth slightly, and allowed his head to droop weakly. Then he struggled to say, if you do not want to attack me now, you can leave. Zhong Yi was even more shocked. Why should I attack you? Because my ranking is far ahead of yours. Xu Lianhua's voice was a little hesitant at this time, but when he thought of the fact that he was already in such dire straits, his heart hardened. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, it's not just my ranking. My cultivation is also far ahead of yours. If you deal with me now, you can at least cut off my chances of passing this stage. In the following rounds, you can at least have one less strong opponent. Zhong Yi stilled and then said with slight anger, hitting someone when they are down, is this what a gentleman does? Xu Lianhua struggled to raise his head. He glanced at Zhong Yi and did not respond. Zhong Yi stilled again. He could see that other than irritation, there was distrust in Xu Lianhua's eyes. Zhong Yi's expression froze slightly. He nodded in greeting and then turned to look at the green hall. He continued to swing his sword to cut through the brambles and leave. However, he immediately heard a strange noise behind him. He turned around and saw that even the sword stuck in the ground could not support Xu Lianhua's body. Xu Lianhua had fallen backwards to the ground. While Xu Lianhua did not fall down due to weakness as he had feared and was still trying to sit up, he quickly saw something flowing out of Xu Lianhua's torn robes. Xu Lianhua's expression changed drastically. His hands moved towards where the thing was flowing out. Zhong Yi's expression also changed. He saw that it was blood mixed with unknown animal feces flowing. You are seriously wounded? He exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, Looking at Xu Lianhua's movements, he guessed another possibility. His breathing stopped. Are the movements in the wilderness some strange beasts? Will the smell of blood attract them? Zhongyi, what do you want to do? Xu Lianhua did not answer his question and gave a weak growl. The wind blew and Zhongyi was in front of him. The small amount of vital energy in his body was about to gather in his right hand and erupt. But at this time, with a crack, Xu Lianhua's body suddenly froze. Zhongyi tore off more than half of his sleeve, squatted down, and began to bandage his deep wound in a very fast but somewhat flustered manner. In the past, the trials did not have such a segment, so we did not bring medicine to stop the bleeding. I will do my best to tie it tightly, but when we are outside, we need to quickly loosen it and apply medicine. Otherwise, the wound will become more troublesome. As he hurriedly bandaged the wound, Zhongyi said apologetically and nervously, "You want to help me?" Xu Lianhua froze for a long moment, an unusual light flashing through his eyes. He struggled to look up at Zhongyi and said. At this time, Zhongyi was busy checking if there were any other injuries on his body. In Zhongyi's opinion, just the wound on his chest that had already reached his lungs was already extremely bad, so at this time, he just subconsciously said, "It is not the conduct of a gentleman to not save someone." Gentlemen, if someone else had said these words, Xu Lianhua would have felt they were hypocritical. Because of his extraordinary birth, he would feel that the other had ulterior motives and would have more negative associations. But at this time, thinking of the actions of the wine shop youth and the eldest sect brother of White Goat Cave, thinking of who they were fighting over, thinking of how these people had been excluded from the crowd when the trial started, he suddenly became silent. Especially when he saw that Zhongyi's nose unconsciously tightened because of the stench, but when he bandaged and checked his injuries, there was not a hint of disgust on his face and eyes. He suddenly felt touched. A gentleman was gentle like jade. For the first time, he understood the meaning of these words. Leave quickly. He took a deep breath. Ignoring the possibility of aggravating his wounds, he pushed with both hands decisively and rudely away Zhongyi's hands. Zhongyi stilled and looked in puzzlement at him. He asked softly, "Why?" "There are many insect tribes here. Each tribe has at least a few hundred people, and each insect is like a Realm 3 cultivator." Xu Lianhua took a deep breath and suppressed his cough. He said to Zhongyi as quickly as possible, "I am staying here because I do not want to give up. I am holding on to the last bit of hope to see if I can stop the bleeding and recover some strength. There is not much hope to begin with. If another insect tribe like this is attracted, you will not be able to defeat them with me." Insect tribe? Zhongyi was shocked. He wanted to say something but Xu Lianhua immediately interrupted him. "Do not hesitate. Leave quickly. Otherwise, it may be too late. Since Minute Mountain Sword Sect has such arrangements, if I admit defeat and leave, my life will not be in danger. I am just relying on this to hold on. If you do not leave now, do you want to leave with me?" Zhongyi hesitated for a few breaths. Then he bent down and carried Xu Lianhua on his back. Xu Lianhua could not understand and said, "What are you doing? It is not easy to cultivate for so many years. You are not willing to give up even after being wounded like this. I naturally understand your feelings." Zhongyi held him with one hand and his sword with the other. He tilted his head slightly and said softly, "No one wants to give up the chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study. If I can help, I will help." Xu Lianhua had not expected Zhongyi to make such a decision after he had said so many terrifying consequences. He was stunned for a moment and could not help but shout, "Zhongyi, you are too soft-hearted. What is wrong with Zhongyi's head?" Seeing Zhongyi carry Xu Lianhua forward, many of the teachers watching on the cliff could not understand. Even Lu Qingli, the cultivator from Guanzhong who had clearly supported Xie Changsheng, changed expression and shouted angrily. Even in his view, Zhongyi was being too soft-hearted. This performance even reversed his and many people's views of Zhongyi. His stamina was already a problem. If he carried another person, he would use up even more energy. Even more importantly, he and many people on the cliff could see clearly that there was an imperial insect swarm roaming this area because they had smelled the blood on Xu Lianhua's body. At this time, The best choice was to use Shu Lianhua to attract this imperial insect tribe and leave as quickly as possible. Chapter 265. Quickly put me down. Shu Lianhua looked angrily at Zhongyi's profile and said, "This is not a matter of helping if I can. I am just hoping for a fluke. With my injuries, even if I can pass this test, I will not be able to defeat many people in the next round and enter the top 10. Zhongyi had always been the most gentle and polite. He thought that it was rude to interrupt other people. So he waited until Shu Lianhua finished speaking before explaining, "This really is a matter of helping each other. I am carrying you as I travel. At least, I can learn more about what is in this sea of brambles. As to the next round, you are not without hope. Maybe Minute Mountain Sword Sect will give us a certain amount of time to heal, or maybe there are not many people who can pass this test. If there are less than 10, if you can pass this test, you will have a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study." Shu Lianhua stilled and then said angrily, "Nonsense, how is this possible?" Zhongyi swung his sword and turned slightly to look at him. "Even a strong person like you is in such a situation. Wouldn't it be more difficult for others to pass this test? Do not forget that you are in the top 10 of the Book of Talents. If I remember correctly, there are only 16 people in the Book of Talents with Realm 4 cultivation and above. You are one of them." Shu Lianhua said coldly, "You use me as an example, but you are also the best example. Your vital energy cultivation is much weaker than mine, but you have not been seriously injured up until now. So this is not directly related to vital energy cultivation." Zhongyi nodded in agreement and said, "You are right. This is not directly related to vital energy cultivation, this is only related to luck." Before Shu Lianhua could speak, Zhongyi continued, "Since it is only related to luck, one more or one less does not matter." Shu Lianhua's expression became even uglier. He no longer argued with Zhongyi. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that our luck is not good." Zhongyi also fell silent. He listened carefully for a moment and stopped swinging his sword. Then he turned to look at Shu Lianhua and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You just happen to be on my path, and these insects probably haven't gone far and have been searching for you. So even if I abandon you, I should still encounter these insects you speak of." Shu Lianhua gritted her teeth. She thought there was no point in wasting words. Judging from the cold presence in the air, the imperial insect swarm must have discovered their tracks. They had not appeared in their line of sight yet, so the imperial insect swarm was probably in the process of spreading out and surrounding them. At this time, he felt that anything else he said was nonsense. However, Zhongyi, who had obviously discovered that something was wrong, still had a lot to say. "If I had another chance to choose, I would not hesitate to try to help you. Because you have been chasing me away, there are not many people who think for others like you. I feel that you are a friend worth having." Zhongyi turned to look at him and said seriously and softly, "Actually, you and my 2 junior sect brothers are the same kind of people. I'm sorry, I didn't compare you to my 2 junior brothers to elevate my status or intentionally belittle you." Zhongyi probably felt that his analogy was a little inappropriate, so he apologetically added another sentence. "Zhongyi, you are still saying this at a time like this. You are too wishy-washy." Shu Lianhua felt that there was no meaning in being angry, but he still could not help but become angry. "What is wrong with your head?" Zhongyi heard his scolding but was not angry. Inexplicably, he felt even more apologetic. "Maybe you should take the time to tell me more details about these insects." Shu Lianhua took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself. He said coldly, "Just now, I have told you that there are at least hundreds of this insect swarm, and each one is as strong as a Realm 3 cultivator. In terms of details, their bodies are stronger than Realm 3 cultivators. Even more importantly, you should have sensed that they are like a well-trained army." "Like a well-trained army?" Zhongyi sensed the movements in the surroundings and paled. "Then how do they fight?" Shu Lianhua said coldly, "These strange insects look exactly the same as ordinary locusts, but they are slightly larger than us. Their shells are also extremely hard and thick like armor. It should be because their bodies are too heavy that they can't fly. However, Their hind limbs have amazing jumping ability, so they are no different from flying spikes in short distances. Their bodies accumulate strange icy energy. When they jump, they use their hind legs to attack. Their hind legs condense into ice spikes. They are like cultivators holding a pair of ice swords, constantly jumping and stabbing. Zhongyi said hoarsely, "What kind of insects are these? How come I have never heard of them?" Xu Lianhua glanced at him and did not answer. Zhongyi could not help but ask, "Then these insects are like a wolf pack. Do they have a leader?" Xu Lianhua sneered mercilessly. "If it is as you think, and there is a clear leader, and the swarm will descend into chaos after dealing with the leader, then would I be so seriously wounded?" At the same time, on the cliff, Lu Qingli turned her head in anger and did not want to look at Zhongyi. When marching and fighting, how could one have unnecessary soft-heartedness? In the view of many people, even though Zhongyi had shown the courage and decisiveness to gamble, this kind of soft-heartedness would cause him to be useless in the future. Looking down from the cliff, Zhongyi and Xu Lianhua were completely surrounded by the imperial insect swarm that had been roaming in the surroundings. The blue figures gave off cold presences and slowly approached with Zhongyi and Xu Lianhua at the center, like a blue ring slowly shrinking. The palace master of Endless Palace, Pan Ruoy, had been standing not far from Huang Jinwei, motionless like a statue. Even her expression did not change much. But at this time, she turned her head slightly and seemed to find something unusual to look at Huang Jinwei. Zhongyi and Xu Lianhua stopped talking. Some white suddenly appeared in the deep red brambles around the two. Then the white grew thicker, wrapping around the brambles and forming frost. The white frost on the crimson thorns spread like a tide. The air around the two of them became colder and colder, and even a cold mist gradually formed. A cracking sound was heard. Suddenly, a ghostly blue head appeared from the white cold mist, followed by many more heads. Looking at these monster-like heads emerging from the mist, even though he didn't feel much fear in his heart, the wounds on his body seemed to have started to ripple with an even more uncomfortable feeling. Xu Lianhua's mouth inexplicably became dry, but inexplicably, he felt that Zhongyi had calmed down. "Do your best to hold on to me, do not fall off my back." As if responding to his speculation at this time, Zhongyi's voice came into his ears, "I'm not used to holding things in one hand, so I can't hold you with the other hand." The battle immediately started. With a series of hisses, the surrounding mist was completely shattered. Zhongyi's eyes were filled with the figures of dozens of jumping imperial insects. These insects' fighting style is very monotonous. They all jump and charge like this. Xu Lianhua did not have time to argue with Zhongyi. He took a deep breath, thought of this, and said through gritted teeth. Zhongyi nodded slightly to show he understood. "You can only use 70% of your power, or the poison will act up." At the same time, he reminded himself inside. Then he started to move. His legs pushed, and powerful currents surged out from under his feet. As his body started to accelerate, his gaze landed on the hot Jiao sword furnace sword in his hand. His gaze was calm and filled with an inexplicable desire. Xu Lianhua could not understand his calmness and composure, but he knew where it came from. The sword essence he had obtained in Ink Garden was a killing move that could cover a large area. It had a natural advantage against many enemies. Of course, this alone was not enough. Just like all the students in this sea of brambles, he could not go all out to fight. Also, even if he did not consider the poison in his body and fought at full power, his vital energy might not be able to support such expenditure. He desired the sword in his hand to help him. He was certain that his little sect brother Ding Ning would not have him choose a Jiao sword furnace sword for no reason. He wanted to help Ding Ning. "Help me." He looked almost piously at the sword in his hand, shouted inside, and then attacked. Chapter 266. Sincerity usually represented concentration and no second thoughts. When one focused on attacking, the sword essence would be pure. Waves of pure sword energy charged out of Zhongyi's sword tip, a calm but tenacious presence shooting into the sky. The sky immediately became wet. In the next moment, Zhongyi did not hesitate to swing his sword and cut down in front of him. Sharp essences came down from the sky. Sensing the pure sword essence and the sharpness, Xu Lianhua on Zhongyi's back had a shocked expression. He knew that Zhongyi had once been the best student of White Goat Cave, but he had not expected Zhongyi to have such skill in the sword. But Zhongyi's shock did not stop there. When Zhongyi swung his sword almost piously, the vital energy in his body surged into the sword furnace sword in his hand. Waves of hot energy slapped outwards. The crimson sword grew brighter and brighter, turning red at an astounding speed as though it had just been taken out of the furnace. The sword energy coming out of the red sword grew hotter. With multiple sizzling sounds, it started to burn fiercely. Zhongyi's eyes showed great shock. He sensed that the seal lines drawn by the sword energy in the sky started to burn. Then in the next moment, countless burning lines of fire appeared in his sight. The extremely red lines of fire spread through the air, causing the blue armor of the imperial insects in the surroundings to turn crimson. Yet these lines of fire were orderly and continuously absorbed the moisture from the surroundings. Looking at the countless red lines of fire that shot out from the sword and formed in the sky, and seeing the sparkling water vapor gathering towards the lines of fire, Zhongyi came to a realization. So this is how it is. He could not help but whisper in shock. Xu Lianhua had never seen Ink Garden's sword form with his own eyes. His reaction was slower than Zhongyi's. He unconsciously looked up. He saw countless glowing lines of rain in the sky ahead of him. At the center of the glowing lines of rain was a line of fire that was also glowing red. Water and fire strangely merged together. Yet, these two kinds of energies were naturally incompatible. So this wondrous scene only stayed in his eyes for a brief moment. In the next moment, the border where fire and water met started to explode violently. Lines of rain with murderous intent fell on the imperial insects in front of him and Zhongyi. As they fell, these glowing lines of rain exploded into balls of white steam with astounding heat. Bam bam bam, the glowing lines of water turned into pillars of white steam, falling and hitting the hard shells of the imperial insects. They collapsed at an astounding rate, but still gave off muffled sounds like heavy hammers hitting the ground. None of the cultivating teachers on the cliff could hear such a sound. But the moment the sound rang in Zhongyi and Xu Lianhua's ears, many people stopped breathing. Their eyes widened to the extreme, and their pupils contracted violently. In the area dozens of feet in front of Zhongyi, all the imperial insects were covered by the white steam in a breath. In the next moment, the white steam surged even more violently. It was not just the imperial insects that had jumped up previously. All the imperial insects covered by the white steam madly jumped out without regard for anything else. They gave people the feeling that even if there was a bottomless cliff outside, they would still jump out without regard for anything else. Because they were in such a hurry and used so much power, these imperial insects appeared strange and could even be described as twisted. The falling lines of rain and white steam pillars were unable to penetrate the hard shells of these imperial insects. There were no obvious wounds on these imperial insects' bodies. Yet, these imperial insects' sapphire-like eyes had turned a murky grey-black. At first glance, people would think of preserved century eggs. Xu Lianhua's body started to tremble violently. Countless sounds that were even more oppressive, like the sound of galloping carriages crashing into each other, entered his ears, causing his heart and scalp to feel numb. At least a dozen imperial insects that had been standing were knocked down by the imperial insects that had charged out of the white steam. After hitting their companions, these imperial insects that had charged out of the steam were confused and did not know where to go. They once again jumped madly in a twisted posture. Xu Lianhua knew that these imperial insects had not just become blind. The heat contained in the white steam that had entered through the cracks in their shells had caused great damage and unbearable pain to these imperial insects. These imperial insects were not much different from people that had been thrown into a pot of oil and then climbed out. Zhongyi managed to stand still at the edge of the white steam ball that had not completely dissipated. The white steam that had not completely dissipated still contained astounding heat that he did not dare to touch. The path ahead was blocked, but the imperial insects behind were not affected. Amidst the ripping sounds, Zhongyi did not need to turn his head to know that more than a dozen imperial insects were falling towards him and Xu Lianhua. Behind these imperial insects, there was a dense crowd of imperial insects. Yet at this time, Zhongyi was unusually calm, his eyes filled with indescribable joy. He steadily swung his sword and slashed behind him. Many extremely red lines of fire appeared in the sky again. These lines of fire were seal lines that formed a complete sword essence. The rain of death fell again, turning into terrifying steam. Zhongyi quickly bent forward. An imperial insect madly twisting its body and charging out of the white steam flew over his and Xu Lianhua's heads, bringing with it the smell of being cooked. This action almost caused Xu Lianhua to be flung to the ground like a backpack, but Xu Lianhua didn't feel any anger in her heart. He saw hope. The power of the Jiao Sword Furnace Sword, combined with Zhongyi's sword moves, caused Zhongyi to jump from an ordinary swordsman to a terrifying swordsman. Not just against these imperial insects. Xu Lianhua was certain that Zhongyi, with this sword and this sword move, would have the power to fight above his realm and many cultivators whose vital energy cultivation was far above his. The imperial insects that had become blind ran around madly and caused this orderly army of imperial insects to be completely routed. Zhongyi waved his left hand and sent out a wave of wind to disperse the thin white mist ahead. Then he sped up and passed through this area. The warm white energy blew on his body, turning into water, but was very comfortable. Are you certain that this is the group you fought against earlier? Are they the ones who have been moving around this area and trying to find you? At this moment, Zhongyi turned his head and looked at Xu Lianhua seriously. Why are you asking this? Xu Lianhua couldn't understand, so he asked honestly, you still have plenty of Zhenyuan. Even if you can't kill all of them, you can at least turn them into blind people and half-cooked crabs. What does it have to do with whether this insect swarm is the same as the one I encountered before? Using this sword, I can deal with this swarm of imperial insects. Zhongyi nodded. He continued to move forward and said, but if we encounter one or two more of these imperial insect swarms, once my vital energy is used up, we will not be able to pass. Since Minute Mountain Sword Sect has made such arrangements, I think there are many of these insect swarms in this sea of brambles. Maybe there are so many that every student who comes to the trials will encounter one or two. But so many insect swarms have not merged into one. This means that there are natural boundaries between these insect swarms, just like some wolf packs on the grasslands. If you are certain that this swarm is the one that has been chasing you, I suspect that these swarms will naturally avoid each other to avoid conflict. Maybe when this swarm travels in the area where they hunt, other swarms will consciously avoid them. If so, I do not want to completely destroy this swarm. I want to leave a portion so they can still track us. This way, we won't be much of a threat if we let such a crippled group follow us. It can also prevent us from continuously encountering new alien insect groups. Zhongyi explained one sentence after another in an orderly manner, but Xu Lianhua became more and more silent. When Zhongyi thought that he was unconscious and turned to look at him, he struggled to look up and said, "You are really strong." Zhongyi stilled. Xu Lianhua took a breath and said, "Not just your swordsmanship cultivation, your deduction and analysis skills are also very strong." Zhongyi stilled. He instinctively thought of little sect brother Ding Ning and immediately felt ashamed. Just now, I thought that we were absolutely safe and would pass this trial. But after hearing you say just now, I understand that we are truly safe. Xu Lianhua took a deep breath and tried to turn his head to look at the fleeing imperial insect swarm. He said, "Some of the wounded in this swarm came from me, so it is the swarm I encountered before." Zhongyi seemed to understand his meaning and explained with more embarrassment, "I am just guessing, and may not be 100% accurate." Xu Lianhua shook his head and said, "No, with the abilities you have shown, I am certain that even if there are more variables, you can take me out." Zhongyi stilled again. He found that he was very confident right now. While most of his confidence came from the sword in his hand, like a devout prayer that had been answered. But no matter what, he was very confident right now. "I have an important question." At this time, Xu Lianhua's voice sounded by his ear. "I see your expression. You do not seem to know that a sword like this with your sword moves will have such an effect. I also did not know before. Zhongyi nodded sincerely. Then he hesitated whether to tell Xu Lianhua that Ding Ning had him choose this sword. If he said it, he felt it would be hard to explain. But Xu Lianhua seemed to only want to hear this answer. I know. An indescribable emotion flashed through Xu Lianhua's mind. So you are not very confident. You just want to fight and try your best to take me out. Zhongyi seemed to understand the meaning of Xu Lianhua's questions. He hurriedly explained in a panic, of course I was not very confident beforehand, so I purposely did this to gain your gratitude and good feelings. Xu Lianhua raised her head again with difficulty. She looked at Zhongyi and sneered. Of course I understand. For someone like you, lying is harder than doing anything else. Do you think I can't see it? Do you think I need you to rush to explain? Zhongyi immediately felt embarrassed. As long as you do not misunderstand. Xu Lianhua rolled her eyes at him and leaned tiredly on his shoulder. Then she said softly, no words of thanks. In Changling, great favors could not be thanked. Zhongyi understood Xu Lianhua's meaning and immediately panicked. He opened his mouth to speak. However, Xu Lianhua said in a weak voice, don't talk nonsense. Use your sword properly. Chapter 267. Many of the cultivation teachers on the cliff were shocked speechless. They could not imagine that the combination of the Jiao sword furnace and the ink garden remnant scroll would produce such a strange change. Many people found that if their cultivation was not far above Zhongyi's present level, they would not have been able to withstand Zhongyi's blow. Zhongyi's performance and the changes in the expressions of these cultivation teachers were all seen by Huang Jinwei. He shook his head emotionally. Each minute mountain sword trials had many variables. This time, Ding Ning had won the minute mountain sword trials. Lai Yinghong, who was first on the Book of Talents, had been eliminated before the last event. Adding on Zhongyi now, the variables of this minute mountain sword trials were far greater than in the past. Why does Zhongyi not kill these insects? Pan Ruoi's cold voice reached his ears. Being chased by these insects like this is naturally more exhausting. Huang Jinwei turned to look at her and explained gently. Zhongyi speculated that there are boundaries between these insect swarms. When other insect swarms smell the presence of this swarm, they will not come over. Based on the present situation, his speculation is correct. So he purposefully let some of the remaining insects follow. This way, he will not have any problems passing this trial. Pan Ruoi looked at Zhongyi, who appeared small in the sea of brambles, and then looked into Huang Jinwei's eyes. She said, before this, you always admired Zhongyi. When he and Xu Lianhua were surrounded by these insects, you were not worried at all. Did you already know that he could easily pass this trial? Huang Jinwei was slightly taken aback, but soon shook his head. Palace Master Pan's eyes are as sharp as lightning. It's just that when he chose to take Xu Lianhua with him, I already had the intention to relax. It has nothing to do with the future. Pan Ruoi frowned slightly. She did not understand what Huang Jinwei meant. Zhongyi has the demeanor of a true gentleman. In the eyes of others, he is both good and bad. Many people will think that he is indecisive and doesn't know what's important. However, Palace Master Pan should know that there are naturally some people who truly like this kind of temperament. Huang Jinwei said gently and slowly, if this mountain does not open, other mountains will open. Not every cultivator needs to be a general who can charge and break through enemy lines. Some people also hope to use a true gentleman like Zhongyi, kind and loyal, without danger. So I am relaxed because I am certain that even if Zhongyi does not get a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate, he will be chosen by others and have good fortune in the future. After a pause, Huang Jinwei added softly, the result of the Minute Mountain Sword trials is naturally important, but everyone in Changling is watching this. If the students are compared to gems, then the process of showing their true gems in the trials is equally important. Yangtai Guanjian's gaze was not like the other cultivators on the cliff who kept on looking at Zhongyi and Xu Lianhua. Because he had to ensure that he could appear at any place in the sea of brambles at the fastest time, He discovered an accident earlier than everyone on the cliff. At this time, more than 4 hours had passed since Ding Ning was the first to walk out of the sea of brambles. But because this event was so difficult, no one else could force Qing Yaoyin to appear like Ding Ning and point out the shortest path. So up until now, there had not been a second person to pass. All the students moving through the sea of brambles were not close to the exit. But at this time, in Yangtai Guanjian's eyes, the second person to pass had appeared. This was a small and thin youth dressed in black silk robes. At this time, at least a dozen students were closer to the exit than this youth, and several of them were only half the distance. Yet Yangtai Guanjian was certain that this black-robed youth was the second to pass. This black-robed youth, like Zhong Yi, had not been wounded much. He had walked the same path as Xie Changsheng, moving along the winding stream. So he had taken some detours, but he had not been attacked by the black rats. In Yangtai Guanjian's eyes, his body seemed to carry a strange power that caused all the beasts and insects in the sea of brambles to avoid him and not dare to come close. This event did not seem to exist for this black-robed youth. He only needed to quietly walk through. The only thing that troubled him was the formation in the sea of brambles. Yangtai Guanjian's brows slowly furrowed. He found it hard to understand. In the next moment, his body disappeared from the cliff and landed in a place in the sea of brambles. In front of him were a few simple and low dwellings made of crisscrossing brambles. Because these brambles were still alive, these dwellings not only appeared particularly rough, but also seemed to have completely merged with the crimson sea of brambles. Junior sect brother Qing. The moment he landed, Yangtai Guanjian called out softly to a figure in these dwellings. That figure was naturally the master of this sea of brambles, Qing Yaoyin. After not meeting for many years, this forbidden land was open to Yangtai Guanjian. When the fellow disciples met again, they had many things to reminisce about. Yet, what responded to Yangtai Guanjian's greeting was a violent low growl. Yangtai Guanjian's pupils contracted. He detected a little white beast crouching by Qing Yaoyin's shabby robes. That little white beast was like a little white lion, but there was no lion in the world that was as terrifying as this little beast. Just before Qing Yaoyin's violent growl, this little beast that had been lying motionless like an inanimate object suddenly stood up. Dozens of visible white energies flowed out of its white fur and spread into the surrounding air. Qing Yaoyin's violent growl was to stop its next move. It stopped its next move, but its blue eyes looked unkindly at Yangtai Guanjian. Then it lay down again, the white energies flowing out of its body quickly disappearing. However, in this short moment, cracking sounds rang out. The simple and crude residents seemed to have been slashed by countless swords from the inside out. The brambles were shattered into pieces and flew out. The moment they fell to the ground, they were frozen into lumps of ice. Qing Yaoyin's hair and beard were white, and his robes were covered in white frost. The spreading cold energy could not pose a threat to Yangtai Guanjian. The threads of sword essence that flowed out of Yangtai Guanjian repelled the cold primal energies of the universe. Yet in this moment, it formed a strange scene. A glowing thin ice shield formed around Yangtai Guanjian, and then in the next moment, it shattered into pieces and flew outwards. What is this? Yangtai Guanjian looked in shock at the little beast that looked like a little white lion next to Qing Yaoyin and asked. Looking at the shattered items in the room, Qing Yaoyin's expression was full of pain and displeasure. But this was his senior sect brother. He took a deep breath and nodded in greeting. He said, a baby snow cheline, or rather, a baby beast that will become a snow cheline in the future. Yangtai Guanjian's body shook slightly and his breathing paused. He started to understand why Qing Yaoyin had this sea of brambles produce so many imperial insects that gathered cold energies. He looked in shock and admiration at his junior sect brother. He said apologetically, I am so sorry. This is the first time we have met in so many years. I had not expected to destroy junior sect brothers' dwelling the moment we met. Do we need to waste words like this between us? Qing Yaoyin frowned deeply and asked patiently, Senior sect brother, you are in such a hurry to see me. Have you discovered something strange? A youth is walking in your sea of brambles, but the insects you raise are avoiding him. I am certain that the youth's cultivation is not high enough to cause the insects to feel terror. Yang Tai Guanjian looked at him and asked, "Why is it like this?" Qing Yaoyin seemed to feel that this question was too simple. He said without thinking, "Medicine man." Yang Tai Guanjian stilled slightly. "Medicine man?" Qing Yaoyin glanced at him. "His body contains terrifying medicine. He is a medicine man." Yang Tai Guanjian reacted but was still puzzled. He said in puzzlement, "Just some medicine, and he can deal with your insects. Then for those skilled in medicine, isn't this too simple?" Qing Yaoyin shook his head and could not help but say with slight disdain, "If so, Jing Liuli would not have made such arrangements." In order to raise these strange beasts, not only did they have to use a lot of violent medicines, but they also had to use a lot of violent medicines. If ordinary cultivators can endure medicines, how can these beasts not? Yang Tai Guanjian's gaze flashed, but Qing Yaoyin did not want to waste more time. He said directly, "The medicine man is the medicine himself. He is just the transporter of the medicine. You can think of him as a dead person carrying the medicine." Yang Tai Guanjian took a deep breath. In the eyes of the world, the person best at using medicine in Minute Mountain Sword Sect was Geng Ren, who had the nickname of the human chef. But he knew that while Geng Ren was skilled at using poison to kill, in terms of medicine, no one in the Qin dynasty was better than Qing Yaoyin. So Qing Yaoyin's judgment would not be wrong. "Death warrior?" he asked Qing Yaoyin after a moment of silence. Qing Yaoyin did not answer and nodded briskly. Yang Tai Guanjian sank into silence again. He did not recognize this black-robed youth. This meant that this black-robed youth was not famous, and was not at the top of the Book of Talents. But regardless of which death warrior this black-robed youth belonged to, being able to pass the previous tests and enter here meant that this black-robed youth had great cultivation talent. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was a pity. Chapter 268. In the long river of history, many outstanding cultivators with great cultivation talent had died early. Also, the trials had their own rules. Even though it was a pity, and he knew that this black-robed youth would cause some accidents after passing this test, Yang Tai Guanjian could not interfere. "Who is this?" As this black-robed youth waded through the water and came closer to the green hall, many of the cultivation teachers on the cliff finally noticed his existence and discovered that he was the second person to pass after Ding Ning. "Who is that youth?" In the tent, palace attendant Rong looked with raised eyebrows at the yellow-robed middle-aged man who came to report and asked in irritation. The yellow-robed middle-aged man said respectfully, "Yi Zhengnan, he took a spot from Sandalwood Heart Monastery." "Sandalwood Heart Monastery?" Palace attendant Rong looked at the yellow-robed middle-aged man who left under her signal and sneered. This was a cultivation monastery that belonged to the Ba Mountains. While it had the qualifications to attend Minute Mountain Sword Sect, it had declined long ago. No one had come to Changling in these years. She did not believe that a genius would suddenly appear in a cultivation place like this and not be noticed by the outside world. The only thing she cared about now was who this black-robed youth called Yi Zhengnan was. As the black-robed youth's figure came closer to the green hall, all the cultivation teachers on the cliff felt complicated. The Sandalwood Heart Monastery did not even have a teacher accompanying them to Changling. If they knew of this youth's strength, and had some expectations, there would definitely be someone accompanying him. Especially when Yi Zhengnan had passed multiple tests at a speed far faster than the other famous geniuses of Changling. This was a great honor for those small cultivation places. Therefore, this matter itself was filled with a strange and bizarre flavor. All the teachers of these cultivation places were not skilled in medicine, and did not know why this black-robed youth was able to safely pass through this test. But they knew that this black-robed youth was like Lai Yinghong, and had some kind of mission. In their sight, the black-robed youth Yi Zhengnan was like an unknown shadow floating towards the entrance of the green hall. The one guarding the entrance was still that elegant man in green robes who did not look like a swordsman, but a private tutor. When Yi Zhengnan's figure appeared in front of him, he had been seriously reading the bamboo scroll in his hand. His expression was calm and had a hint of inexplicable joy. Yet, the moment he saw Yi Zhengnan, This elegant man in green robes changed expression. He didn't even say anything, just quickly moving to the side. Then he pointed at the stairs behind him and said, "That is the exit." Yi Zhongnan bowed in thanks and did not speak. He walked past him and stepped onto the stairs that came with the breeze. It was early morning in the valley. Ding Ning had just finished treating the wounds on his body. He was extremely tired and wanted to find a place to lie down and rest for a while. However, he soon sensed an extremely strange aura. Then, the countless little silkworms hidden in the depths of his body naturally began to riot. Countless invisible little silkworms started to furiously tremble deep in his flesh and blood. They surged out, causing Ding Ning's body to uncontrollably tremble. Ding Ning took a deep breath. The small silkworms that had begun to riot and wanted to rush out of his body were forcibly suppressed as he breathed, and quickly disappeared in his body. His expression was still calm as he leaned against a pillar in the hut. His gaze did not immediately land on the stone stairs of the green hall, but on the ground next to him. There was an ugly deep red long worm lying there. This was the black frost worm that Qing Yaoyin had given him as a gift. This black frost worm had suffered heavy blows from him in the sea of brambles, and had been greatly frightened. It had never seen the night and had fainted here. Yet, at this time, when the countless invisible little silkworms in Ding Ning's body moved, this black frost worm woke up. Its body trembled on the ground, and then it tried to do its best to escape from Ding Ning's side. Ding Ning's gaze fell on it at this moment. Without any movement, Ding Ning's gaze moved slightly, and he slowly released some of the invisible little silkworms from deep inside his body. When those invisible little silkworms moved again in Ding Ning's body, the black frost worm trembled even more. Even its will to escape collapsed, and its body quickly curled into a ball. Ding Ning put away the invisible little silkworms in his body, and did not pay attention to the ugly deep red worm curled up by his feet. It was not that he did not care about this ugly worm. This ugly worm had the strength of a Realm 3 cultivator at the very least. Being able to make it listen to him was equivalent to having a good attendant. Moreover, from its performance just now, it seemed that some of its senses were far superior to powerful cultivators. Qing Yaoyin was one of the top people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and Minute Mountain Sword Sect was an existence that people looked up to in the world. The gift he gave naturally had endless possibilities, and would not be so simple. Also, Ding Ning was not an ordinary cultivator. He faintly felt that this ugly worm would be more useful in his hands than Qing Yaoyin imagined. He was so unconcerned now because he knew the process of beast taming. The hardest part of beast taming was to make the beast feel terror. This was the hardest step, but he had easily done it. This black frost worm was different from any naturally born beast in the world, but it had great intelligence. So he did not need to deliberately do anything next. He just needed to keep this ugly worm by his side. Over time, it would slowly comprehend his intentions. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials was a great gamble for him. Now, this ugly worm was already an unexpected gain. What other unexpected gains would there be in the upcoming event? Or would he fail and die? A black shadow appeared in front of his eyes. Yi Zhongnan walked in the morning light and approached him. Ding Ning looked calmly at this black-robed youth who was about the same age as him. He saw the black-robed youth was dripping with water, so there was a clear watermark behind the youth. There were faint black lines of oil rippling in the watermark that people who were not meticulous could not see. These black lines came from Yi Zhongnan's robes, like the color of his black robes had faded after being soaked in water for a long time. However, Ding Ning could clearly see that the black color had seeped out of his skin. Threads of black oil seeped out of every pore of Yi Zhongnan's skin. Ding Ning's expression was still calm, and there were no obvious ripples in his eyes. But his thoughts were moving at an astounding speed. He slowly twitched his nose and carefully smelled the scents in the watermark. Then he perceptively caught a complicated scent. The black lines floating in the watermark smelled like a faint rose at first, but then quickly gave off a sweet and cold milky fragrance, and then quickly turned to a violent spiciness. He frowned slightly. He could not judge what kind of medicine this was. At least, in his memories, he had never seen such a medicine. But he was certain that this black-robed youth's body could not withstand the power of this medicine. Yang Tai Guanjian could not immediately understand how Yi Zhengnan had easily passed through the sea of brambles. But like Qing Yaoyin, he immediately judged that this black-robed youth was a medicine man. You are a death soldier. One would naturally be wary of things one did not understand. So Ding Ning looked at Yi Zhengnan, who had walked under the eaves, and said calmly and coldly, "Whose family's death soldier are you?" Yi Zhengnan looked up. His features were ordinary, but his face was not large, so he appeared delicate. At this time, his expression was very calm with a hint of surprise. "Thank you." He did not answer Ding Ning's question first. Instead, he bowed seriously and thanked him. Ding Ning's eyebrows rose slightly and he said, "Why are you thanking me?" "Because I thought I would be the first student to pass through the sea of brambles behind me. I thought I would have to wait here for you, or perhaps never see you come out. If I really could not wait for you to come out, then my death would have no value." Yi Zhengnan looked at Ding Ning and said sincerely, "But I had not expected you to be here already. You are much more outstanding than I imagined." Ding Ning looked into his eyes and said, "You did not come to kill me. This is Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Even if I came to kill you, I will die much faster than you if I act here." Yi Zhengnan laughed and said softly, "Of course I did not come to kill you, I came to help you." "Thank you." Ding Ning nodded in return and then said softly, "Then we return to the old question just now, whose family's death soldier are you?" Chapter 269. Yi Zhengnan looked at Ding Ning and shook his head. "I cannot say." Ding Ning's brows furrowed slightly. He apologized instead. "Apologies, perhaps I am too tired, and even my thoughts are affected." "No matter." Yi Zhengnan smiled self-deprecatingly. He looked at Ding Ning and said, "In Changling, who does not fear the Empress' revenge?" These were rebellious words. Ding Ning's mind was originally a bit chaotic, but when he heard these words, his body shook slightly and his mind immediately cleared. "Your surname is Yi." Ding Ning looked at Yi Zhengnan's features and asked in shock, "What is your relationship with Yi Zhong?" Yi Zhengnan stilled. He looked at Ding Ning with a surprised gaze and slowly said, "You are as knowledgeable as expected." "He is my uncle." "You are." Ding Ning looked at him, his breathing paused slightly. Yi Zhengnan recovered his calm and said, "It seems you have heard much of Changling's old news, and know some of my Yi family's matters." Ding Ning raised his head and pressed hard between his eyebrows a few times to make himself more awake. "What medicine did you bring?" he asked seriously, looking at Yi Zhengnan. Yi Zhengnan also became serious and said, "Black dragon wood." Ding Ning's eyebrows suddenly jumped. "From overseas?" Yi Zhengnan glanced at him and nodded. Ding Ning took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and became silent. He vaguely remembered that he had heard of this medicine before. But in his impression, this medicine seemed to come from Jade Light Island of the overseas islands. Jade Light Island should be one of the cultivation places of the overseas cultivator Guodongjiang, who died at the hands of the Qin dynasty's emperor during the Deer Mountain Conference. At this time, he still did not know what the medicinal power of this medicine was. But for this medicine to appear in front of him, it might already indicate the attitude of some people on the overseas islands towards Yunqin's emperor and empress. "It is about time." Yi Zhengnan looked at the silent Ding Ning and said softly. Then his body began to tremble. This kind of trembling was like a person who had been drenched in the cold rain for a long, long time. Even the depths of his body were starting to feel cold. His right hand trembled as he stretched out. Along with the activation of his true essence, wisps of black medicinal qi seeped out from his palm. What seeped out of his palm was not only true essence, but also small drops of blood essence. More and more black medicinal qi condensed in his palm, like a burning black flame, and within this black flame, many drops of blood floated. These drops of blood were like pills tumbling in the black flames. They quickly turned black, shrank into even finer crystals, and then slowly gathered together. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhengnan's body trembled even more violently. "I don't want your help." But at this time, Ding Ning looked at him and shook his head, saying, "No matter whose death warrior you are, I don't want to owe you a favor." Yi Jiangnan stilled, but his movements did not stop. He looked at Ding Ning and said, "No one will ask you to return a favor. This is different." Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, "Originally, this was just my personal dispute. But if I accept your help, I will be embroiled in more matters." Yi Jiangnan looked at Ding Ning with a strange gaze. "You are still thinking about distant matters." Ding Ning's expression did not change. He said, "Why not?" Yi Jiangnan frowned and said, "I thought you just wanted to get first at all costs. I had not expected you to think about what happens after you get first." Ding Ning nodded and said seriously, "Of course, I am not like what you imagine. I can die after getting first." Yi Jiangnan looked at the white frost in Ding Ning's hair and felt Ding Ning's words were laughable. But after a long moment of thought, he said, "No matter what you think, you should first know what kind of medicinal power this black dragon wood has." Ding Ning did not speak. He silently agreed to listen to what kind of astounding power the black dragon wood had. Yi Jiangnan nodded politely and said, "Black dragon wood is a strange wood that grows from the bones of black blood serpents overseas. While it is a plant, its medicinal power seems to have perfectly inherited the vital energy of the black blood serpent. It can combine with the vital energy of cultivators and quickly turn into large amounts of primal energies of the universe, causing the cultivator's power to increase greatly. Even more importantly, the medicinal power is astounding in regenerating flesh and blood. Even if one is seriously wounded, they can quickly recover." After a pause, Yi Jiangnan looked emotionally at Ding Ning and said, "In the legends overseas, black blood serpents are called undying serpents. They say that they can revive even if their heads are cut off. While this is an exaggeration, their astounding recovery abilities are an indisputable fact." Ding Ning said in a low voice, "In other words, as long as I accept the medicinal power you bring, even if I am cut by a sword in the following competition, I may not die, and may even be able to recover quickly." Yi Jiangnan nodded without hesitation and said, "Being stabbed once or twice will not be a problem, and the medicinal power can last for many years." Stabbing once or twice with the sword naturally did not include any fatal injuries such as having one's heart meridian or 5 internal organs shattered. Needless to say, there was no need to mention that one's head was chopped off. It was just that any wound on the body that could be healed very quickly without affecting the next match. This medicinal effect was already unimaginable in the world. There were many astounding spirit medicines overseas. This was why the armored ships of the Qin dynasty had been tirelessly searching and trading overseas. But even among all the spirit medicines overseas, the black dragon wood was one of the most astounding spirit medicines. Yi Jiangnan thought that he did not need to argue with Ding Ning. He only needed to discuss the medicinal power. He thought that no cultivator attending the Minute Mountain sword trials could resist the temptation of this spirit medicine. He waited for Ding Ning's expression to become excited and then agree. To his surprise, Ding Ning's expression was still as calm as water. "I do not need the black dragon wood." Ding Ning looked at him, shook his head quietly and refused. "I don't want to be stabbed. Also, since I passed the previous test so smoothly, even if there is no black dragon wood, I will take first place." Yi Jiangnan was stunned for many breaths. Then his eyes widened. He looked at Ding Ning with an unreasonable gaze and said, "You feel that you can win? Your vital energy cultivation is not even Realm 4. Do you know what kind of opponents you will encounter in the following trials?" Before the Minute Mountain sword trials started, who would have thought that I would win, even in any of the trials? Yet, I was first in each of the previous trials. Ding Ning looked at Yi Jiangnan and said slowly, "Since I am confident, I will not accept your life." Yi Jiangnan froze completely. Even the medicinal power in his body stopped coming out. "You should know that I will not change my mind." Ding Ning looked at Yi Jiangnan and said calmly, "I cannot understand your thoughts." Yi Jiangnan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "You should know that regardless of whether you accept or not, I am fated to die." Ding Ning looked at the black medicinal energy rolling in his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sensed the restlessness of the invisible little silkworms in his body. He shook his head. "Not necessarily. Yi Zhangnan swallowed hard and suppressed the rising anger inside. He said coldly, "You do not understand the medicinal power of the black dragon wood. I do not use my vital energy and blood to catalyze the medicinal power of the black dragon wood. The medicinal power of the black dragon wood is a great poison. I cannot withstand it and will quickly die. But I use my vital energy and blood to nurture it. My vital energy and blood are still insufficient. In the end, my organs will be damaged and I will die from poisoning. You can consume the medicine you make yourself." Ding Ning still shook his head and said. Yi Zhangnan laughed in anger. Can a starving person eat his own flesh and live? He felt Ding Ning's words were laughable. I have never seen the black dragon wood, but I have some understanding of the black blood serpent. Since you say that the medicinal power of the black dragon wood inherits the vital energy characteristics of the black blood serpent, the vital energy of the black blood serpent can naturally nourish vitality. Ding Ning looked at his angry face and said, "The bees also eat the honey they make. No one has ever said that the pills made from their vital energy and blood cannot be consumed. Even more importantly, this is Minute Mountain Sword Sect." Ding Ning looked up at the peaks in the clouds and said softly, "Minute Mountain Sword Sect will not let any student easily die. If they have the ability to save, they will save you. This is the rule of the trials. If you are willing to do as I say, you have a high chance of living." Hearing Ding Ning's calm voice, Yi Zhangnan still felt it was absurd. Yet he started to ponder Ding Ning's words and even felt that what Ding Ning said was possible. If you really want to help me, do as I say. Do not persist in your thoughts. Let me rest. Ding Ning's voice reached his ears again. I will let you see me win. Yi Zhangnan was silent. You have no other choice. Ding Ning looked at him and closed his eyes. You can only believe me unless you want to die worthlessly. Chapter 270. Yi Zhangnan looked at Ding Ning, who had his eyes closed. He still felt Ding Ning was hard to understand. I do not know what you are hesitating for. If I was an overly arrogant person, I would not have said I would win, and won all the way until now. I really do not understand. This is something I can definitely do. Why do I have to give up my life for nothing? Ding Ning said tiredly with his eyes closed. Then he bowed his head, his breathing quickly becoming even and natural. He just leaned against the wooden pillar behind him and fell asleep. Yi Zhangnan looked silently at the sleeping Ding Ning for a long time. He said with a slightly bitter expression, "The one who really does not understand is me. If this was someone else, even if they had great confidence, they would not refuse a sweet fruit delivered to their mouth. They would not refuse an extra guarantee. Even a rich merchant who could rival a country would not complain that they had too much money. This was a universal principle. Also, in Yi Zhongnan's eyes, Ding Ning needed this guarantee. He could not understand, but he had to start considering his own life and death. He did not fear death, but he would not die for nothing. At this time, there was no one around this crude hut. But this was the trials. If he wanted to force Ding Ning to do something, there would be experts of Minute Mountain Sword Sect appearing in front of him. Also, if he really formed a useful blood medicine, he would be close to death. Since he could become a true death warrior, Yi Zhangnan naturally had the courage to gamble with his life. He wanted to gamble. He formed the black dragon wood blood medicine, and then let this blood medicine fall in front of Ding Ning. He wanted to gamble that after he died, Ding Ning would pick up this blood medicine. But at this time, he sensed an unusual gaze. He looked down at the ground next to Ding Ning. What was looking at him was that deep red black ice worm. Disbelief once again appeared in Yi Zhongnan's eyes. He had not been attacked by this kind of black ice worm in the Sea of Brambles, but Ding Ning had not brought this kind of long worm with him at the start of the trials. So this dark red long worm had naturally been obtained by Ding Ning in the Sea of Brambles. Of course, this black ice worm had not been tamed in such a short time. But at this moment, he could sense the fear this black ice worm felt towards Ding Ning, a deep fear. Even after Ding Ning had fallen into a deep sleep, it did not dare to leave Ding Ning's side. Yi Zhangnan looked at the black ice worm in silence for a moment and then changed his mind. The vital energy in his body once again pushed the medicinal energy and blood in his body to seep out of his palm. The rolling black medicinal energy in his hand became thicker and thicker. It no longer looked like black fire, but like a ball of black oil. The bright red blood droplets in the black oil were like tiny rubies. They flashed for a moment and then quickly turned into tiny black crystals. At the center of the black oil-like medicinal energy, an irregular black medicinal crystal slowly stood up. Yi Zhongnan's face became paler than paper. While he had seen the description of this process countless times, he only knew how difficult it was when he experienced it personally. He could not stand and quickly fell to the ground. Due to his extreme weakness, his body started to burn and sweat profusely. Black energy no longer flowed out of his pores. Each drop of sweat was unusually clear, so his body seemed to be flowing like a spring. As time passed, his consciousness became more and more blurred. When he felt that his body seemed to be falling into an abyss, he let out a mournful cry, and the remaining true essence in his body rushed out of his palm. With a bang, the vital energy dissipated the black medicinal energy that had not been completely retracted. Countless black lines seeped out of Yi Zhongnan's fingers like an enormous black chrysanthemum blooming. Yi Zhongnan's body fell forward powerlessly. In the last moment before he fainted, he opened his tightly clenched hand and slapped an irregular long and thin medicinal crystal into his mouth. When the medicinal crystal cracked in his throat, the unconscious Yi Zhongnan started to convulse on the ground. Layers of strange black blood oozed out of his pale skin. They grew thicker as though they were going to form black dragon scales. An astounding sword essence broke through the air and disappeared when it was close to the ground. When the wind blew Ding Ning's hair, Yang Tai Guanjian's figure appeared next to Yi Zhongnan. When Yang Tai Guanjian stood in front of Yi Zhongnan, Gang Ren had already appeared near Yang Tai Guanjian. "How is it?" Yang Tai Guanjian looked gravely at Yi Zhongnan, who was convulsing, his eye sockets covered in thick black blood, and asked. Gang Ren frowned slightly. He did not answer his question and said calmly, "Should we save him?" Yang Tai Guanjian immediately frowned deeply. He knew that Gang Ren would ask this because even if they were to save, Minute Mountain Sword Sect would pay a great price. "We must save him." Yet he did not hesitate and immediately nodded. He said seriously, "Not just because of the rules of Minute Mountain Sword Sect." Gang Ren nodded slightly and looked at Yang Tai Guanjian. "I cannot do it alone." Yang Tai Guanjian did not speak. A gentle energy flowed out of his sleeve and wrapped around Yi Zhongnan's body. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly thought of something. He turned and said gravely to Gang Ren, "Junior sect brother Qing is raising an infant beast. When we arrive, be careful not to disturb it." Gang Ren stilled slightly. He thought, what kind of thing did Qing Yaoyin raise that Yang Tai Guanjian had to give such serious instructions? To think he could think of such a method. As he moved, Gang Ren turned to look at Ding Ning and sighed softly. "I have seen countless cultivators, but never one like this." After saying this, he, Yang Tai Guanjian, and Yi Zhongnan disappeared from the huts. Ding Ning's breathing was still calm. Even in Gang Ren's view, he was in a deep sleep. But when Yang Tai Guanjian and the others disappeared, he finally relaxed and started to sleep. When Ding Ning started to fall into a deep sleep, Fu Su waited in front of a hall of Minute Mountain Sword Sect with his head bowed. All of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's buildings were made of green jade, but this hall was golden. Because this hall was the temporary residence of the Qin dynasty's emperor. Even the proud Minute Mountain Sword Sect had to submit to the strongest emperor in the world and express true respect. The doors to the hall opened slightly and an old man walked out. The old man smiled at Fu Su, his hands in his sleeves. He wore plain satin robes and people could not connect him to one of the two prime ministers of the Qin dynasty. Behind him, the air of the hall lit up with many fine lights like stars. As a supreme presence descended, the doors to the hall opened completely. Also dressed in casual robes, the Yuanwu emperor passed by this old man and appeared in front of Fu Su. Waving his hand, he indicated that Fu Su did not need to be so courteous. The Yuanwu emperor gently shook his head and said, "You have come to find me to plead for that white goat cave youth?" Hearing his father mention his purpose in coming, Fu Su immediately became nervous. He could not speak the words he had been considering for a long time. His head bowed even lower. After a moment of hesitation, he felt that it was useless to say anything else. He struggled to say, "Father, he is my friend." The Yuanwu emperor laughed loudly and then his smile faded. He shook his head and said, "This lonely one understands your meaning, but you definitely cannot become friends with him." Fu Su's body froze and his breathing stopped completely. Emperor Yuanwu looked up at the flowing clouds on the distant cliffs. He said slowly, "Back then, when this lonely one met that person and became good friends, this lonely one had not become the crown prince. When we met, our friendship was strong. So as long as that person did not act too recklessly, this lonely one would allow him to do as he pleased. Even in those years when this lonely one was about to ascend the throne and held great power." Hearing the words that entered his ears, Fu Su's expression became more and more stiff, his heart shocked and uneasy, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You also know that this lonely one could not have said these words to you in the past." The Yuanwu emperor looked at Fu Su and said, "But now that you are the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, you should remember some truths. This youth is already stubborn in his actions. If you become friends with him and tolerate him, he may cause even greater storms in the future. This lonely one can allow some cultivators to cause trouble, but I will not allow you to make the same mistakes. Also, you should remember that this lonely one and your mother have always been of the same opinion. You fear that your mother will not agree and come to this lonely one to plead, thinking that I may be more lenient. This thinking is wrong." Looking at Fu Su, who had his head bowed even lower and his body trembling, the Yuanwu emperor's voice grew gentler. "But since you have pleaded for him today, as long as you remember what this lonely one said to you today, this lonely one can give him some more chances." Fu Su was extremely moved and knelt down. "You think of him as a friend, but this matter depends on whether he thinks of you as a friend and how much he is willing to do for you." The Yuanwu emperor said coolly, "Tell him to give up first. Even if he ends up second in the sword trials, this lonely one will give him a position." Fu Su was speechless. "Go." The Yuanwu emperor waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Fu Su bowed again in thanks. The Yuanwu emperor smiled slightly, but when Fu Su turned to leave, his brow suddenly furrowed. Fu Su's features were clean and kind, but when his gaze flashed, he felt disgust. But he did not know where this feeling came from. Chapter 271. Fu Su did not know that the Yuanwu emperor inexplicably felt a thread of disgust when he looked at his features. He walked quickly in joy and wanted to reach Ding Ning in one step. "You prepare to go and see Ding Ning like this?" But at this time, an old and benevolent voice sounded behind him. Fu Su turned in shock. The old man in plain satin robes was behind him. "Minister Yang." Fu Su bowed respectfully to this old man and said in puzzlement, "You mean?" This seemingly ordinary old man was naturally one of the two ministers of the Qin dynasty, Minister Yang. On the eve of the Deer Mountain Conference, Yangshan Commandery had been taken back by the Qin dynasty. In that battle, the famous Chu general Fan Dongliu had died under the sword of the Qin dynasty empress. But everyone knew that the one responsible for commanding the army was Minister Yang. To be able to have such an army enter Yangshan Commandery without being detected by the dynasties, this was enough to show how terrifying this old man was. "Jing Liuli will not let you see that white goat cave youth." Minister Yang bowed in return and said in a harmonious voice, "Actually, if it was anyone else, they would not agree to let you see that white goat cave youth." Fu Su stilled and said, "Why?" "Because the Minute Mountain Sword trials are an internal matter of Minute Mountain Sword sect. Minute Mountain Sword sect will not let anyone interfere and change the course of the trials, not even you." Minister Yang looked at Fu Su and smiled slightly. He said, "Even if many things can be done, they need to consider the rules and face, and cannot be done openly." Fu Su reacted and said sincerely, "Minister Yang, please help." Minister Yang smiled and nodded in agreement. Looking at Fu Su's overjoyed expression, he smiled self-mockingly inside. He knew that after today, this new crown prince would start to understand what balance and power were. Ding Ning was in a deep sleep. It could even be said that he slept deeper than any previous sleep. This was not because he was too tired, but because this was the trials of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. It was safer than any other place in Changling. Before the third challenger appeared, the valley was quiet. However, as the sound of footsteps rang out, the light in front of Ding Ning slightly distorted. A middle-aged man in green robes appeared in front of Ding Ning. The moment this middle-aged man in green robes appeared in front of Ding Ning, Jing Liuli's figure also appeared in the empty space outside the hut. Jing Liuli looked at the middle-aged man's back with a cold expression. She didn't say anything, but she was ready to draw her sword. This middle-aged man dressed in indigo robes was one of her sect uncles. His status in Minute Mountain Sword Sect was extraordinary, but he should not have appeared here. Do not be nervous. I am just following the sect master's orders to come alone and ask him a few questions. The middle-aged man in green robes naturally sensed Jing Liuli's murderousness. But his expression was natural, and he spoke coolly without even turning his head. Jing Liuli's brow furrowed slightly. She did not say anything. Her figure moved and she disappeared from the cliff. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. A breeze formed between him and Ding Ning and blew at Ding Ning's forehead. The breeze naturally carried some cold water droplets that wet Ding Ning's forehead. Ding Ning woke up. He saw this unfamiliar Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator standing in front of him recover absolute lucidity in a breath. Seeing Ding Ning's muddy and dazed gaze turn to absolute clarity and wariness, the middle-aged man once again praised in his mind. Then he smiled slightly and said apologetically, "Apologies for disturbing your rest. I did not come to urge you to proceed with the following sword trials. I am just a lobbyist." Ding Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He first sensed the movements in his body. After confirming that there was nothing unusual about his body before this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator arrived, he started to look seriously at this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator. Looking at this middle-aged man's clean and fine face, he was sure this middle-aged man was unfamiliar to him. "What is your name?" Ding Ning did not stand up, but continued to lean against the wall and asked. "He Shanjian." The middle-aged man smiled and answered simply. Ding Ning looked at him and said, "What do you want to say?" He Shanjian glanced at him and said, "I have come on behalf of the Crown Prince." Ding Ning frowned and did not speak. He Shanjian continued, "The Crown Prince pleaded for you in front of the Holy One. Because you are the Crown Prince's friend, the Holy One agreed. If you do not win, there will be a place for you in Changling in the future." Ding Ning bowed his head and said, "I know." He Shanjian stilled. "There will be a place for you in Changling in the future." This was the Holy One's personal promise. Even he could not help but feel jealous of such a promise. But this youth in front of him just said lightly, "I know?" He could not help but look at Ding Ning and ask, "Do you know the true meaning of the words I brought?" Ding Ning did not look up and said, "I know." He Shanjian frowned deeply. He thought for a long time and asked, "You are not prepared to say anything?" Ding Ning shook his head. He Shanjian took a deep breath and his frown deepened. But he did not speak more. He nodded to show he had heard, and then turned to walk out of the hut. The light on the cliff flickered. He Shanjian's figure floated on the cliff path like a flickering light and passing shadow, heading toward the bright yellow palace in the distance. Every time the corner of his eyes caught sight of that bright yellow color, his gaze would become even more fervent. He knew that after he left Minute Mountain Sword Sect today, there would be a vast world waiting for him. Fu Su was waiting anxiously on the steps not far from the palace. He saw He Shanjian's figure in the distance and his gaze quickly grew heated. He wanted to immediately ask He Shanjian what Ding Ning had said. But at this time, He Shanjian's figure suddenly stopped. The flickering figure stood like an ice sculpture on the green jade path between the mountains. The light rays that were originally flickering between the cliffs were broken by an invisible force. This powerful force seemed to pierce through the sky. The mountain path in front of He Shanjian became brighter and brighter. Fu Su's eyes widened. He did not know what had happened, but felt unusually anxious. A white figure appeared on the bright green jade mountain path. This person was clearly a cultivator of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Among all the cultivators of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, only one cultivator was obsessed with cleanliness and liked to wear unusually clean white robes. He was naturally different from all the other Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators who wore jade robes. This person was the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Bailey Sushue. Fu Su was shocked speechless. His eyes hurt because of the brightness. But inexplicably, when he faced other Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators before, the sword essence was so blinding and painful that he could not see the other's true appearance. But facing this legendary master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, even at such a distance, the other's figure grew clearer. The other scenery on the cliff was not clear, but Bailey Sushue's figure grew clearer in his eyes. He even saw Bailey Sushue's face clearly. The legendary master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect was a slender man with long black hair and a face that could be described as beautiful. He was prettier than most women in Changling. Time had not left any marks on his body. He looked extremely young, just in his 20s. Dressed in white robes, Bailey Sushue looked coldly at He Shanjian, who was standing stiffly on the path. The eagerness in He Shanjian's eyes had long disappeared and turned into terror. "Is Minute Mountain Sword Sect not good?" Bailey Sushue said. His voice was very soft, and very pleasant to the ear, very pleasant to the ear. But He Shanjian's body seemed to have countless icicles clanging and giving off cold energy, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "Is it not better than fighting for power and not being able to control yourself outside?" Bailey Sushue looked coldly at him and said. He Shanjian took a deep breath and could not control his trembling. But he still bowed deeply and said, "I am following orders. Sect Master, please consider our past relationship and let me live." A hint of disdain flashed through Bailey Sushue's eyes. "Even if you have been working for Zheng Xiu or other people, I may have let you live because we are both cultivators of the Qin dynasty, and you have not done anything out of line in my sword sect for so many years. But you did something wrong." He Shanjian broke out in a cold sweat. He knew he could not escape, but he was extremely unwilling and puzzled. He could not help but shout, "What did I do wrong? If you only wanted to be a lobbyist, you could have found another reason to get close to that student." Bailey Sushue looked at him with disgust and said in a cold voice, "But you were wrong in using my name and saying that I told you to ask that student something." He Shanjian was stunned. In the next moment, his body was filled with great terror. He opened his mouth to howl, trying to see if he could escape to that yellow palace. But the moment he opened his mouth, he found he could not speak. There was a white light at his throat. Then his body fell backwards. The moment he hit the ground, the white light came out of the back of his head, and cold energy spread through his body. He immediately turned into a corpse covered in thick white frost. Bailey Sushue looked at He Shanjian's corpse, which did not have a drop of blood, and frowned in disgust. He did not look back, but knew that Fu Su was gaping in shock but unable to make a sound. "Everyone knows I am petty. Minute Mountain Sword Sect has its own rules. Anyone who wants to play with power will have to pay a price. You should be able to remember this lesson." Bailey Sushue had a scornful smile as he said mentally to the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. Then his figure disappeared from the cliff. Behind the shocked and speechless Fu Su, Minister Yang just smiled. This was his first lesson to Fu Su. Chapter 272. In the eyes of the truly powerful like Prime Minister Yang, killing with a sword was always the lowest tactic. Playing with balance and controlling multiple factions in the palm of one's hand was the true skill. As a crown prince, and the future successor to the Qin dynasty, he had to at least know the consequences of each decree he gave, and the price he would pay. Palace attendant Rong naturally understood these principles better than most people in Changling. So when she heard the report that a powerful Realm 7 cultivator had been killed on the path by Bailey Sushue, who rarely showed himself, a cruel and cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Even a person like He Shanjian could be casually sacrificed. A genius who was fated to age early due to his excessive energies was nothing to Changling. In Changling, any cultivator was the personal property of the Holy One and the Empress. If other people wanted to use a piece of jade in the imperial palace, it was a capital crime. But the master of the imperial palace might just put that piece of jade on the ground as a decoration. She regretted that Ding Ning had not seen Bailey Sushua kill He Shanjian with his own eyes. In this case, she felt that Ding Ning might understand that his struggle was meaningless to the truly powerful of Changling. Minute Mountain Sword Sect did not intend to conceal the fact that Bailey Sushua, the sect master who had not shown himself for a long time, had killed He Shanjian. When palace attendant Rong received the report, the news had spread through the cliffs. Almost all the cultivation teachers who had come to watch the trials were in great shock. Even though He Shanjian had been working for the court in these years, even if he had leaked many matters of Minute Mountain Sword Sect to the Changling Imperial Palace, he had not colluded with the enemy. He was just working for the court. Also, the Yuanwu Emperor was still in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. What kind of courage did Bailey Sushua have to kill He Shanjian in front of the Yuanwu Emperor? Jing Liuli turned to look at the mountain path where He Shanjian's corpse was. The light in front of her quickly twisted. Bailey Sushua seemed to pass through a strange door of light and appeared in front of her. Other people could not see the legendary master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, but she had seen him often. So she did not have much surprise on her face. She bowed respectfully and said, "Master, that young man is very interesting. It's just that the path some people start on is often different from the path they end up on. Since there are so many people who want to talk to this young man, and there are so many little ghosts, let them talk to their heart's content and let the little ghosts show themselves." Bailey Sushua looked coldly at Jing Liuli, said a few words, and then turned, disappearing into the twisted light. Jing Liuli lowered her head and thought for a moment, understanding the meaning of Bailey Sushua's words. The feelings of all the teachers of the various cultivation places on the cliff quickly became more and more complicated. They were told that in the last segment of the sword trial, they could enter the valley for a closer look. Being able to enter the valley and observe meant that it would be much easier to send messages to the students. Even more importantly, Minute Mountain Sword Sect may not stop some people from sending messages to the students. This would make He Shanjian's death seem meaningless, like a joke. Was Minute Mountain Sword Sect not afraid of becoming the second Basin Kendo ground? At this time, many people started to sympathize with White Goat Cave, and even the Green Vine Sword Academy. Because at this time, the third and fourth people to pass the trial appeared in the Sea of Brambles. Zhong Yi and Xu Lianhua's figures slowly appeared from the shadows of the cliff. When Zhong Yi had encountered Xu Lianhua, at least a dozen students had been closer to the exit than him. But because he had not been wounded, and his guess had been correct, no new imperial insect swarms had threatened him and Xu Lianhua along the way. He and Xu Lianhua had become the third and fourth people to pass after Yi Zhengnan. While Yi Zhengnan was ahead of Zhong Yi, he had already left the trials. Xu Lianhua had been carried out by Zhong Yi, so Zhong Yi was equivalent to the second student to pass the Sea of Brambles and qualify for the trials. Palace attendant Rong, who represented the mistress of the imperial palace, did not want to see the cultivators of White Goat Cave stand out in the trials, but these two youths from White Goat Cave had played a great joke on her. Many people started to worry that the mistress of the imperial palace would vent her anger on White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy because of Bailey Sushua's joke. Did we come out too late? Zhong Yi looked at the silent mountain valley and could not help but feel ashamed. Xu Lianhua's eyebrows rose. He wanted to scold Zhong Yi's stupidity. With his strength, he had suffered such serious injuries. How could other people have come out faster than them? But when he thought of how Zhong Yi was smarter than him most of the time, he controlled himself and said, "Put me down. Why is there no one here?" Zhong Yi looked in shock at the empty mountain valley and the seemingly empty hut. He turned his head hesitantly and said, "Should I carry you to the hut and put you down?" Xu Lianhua could not help but say angrily, "What does it matter if we take a few more steps or a few less steps?" Zhong Yi seemed to realize that he was being overly sentimental. He put down Xu Lianhua in embarrassment and walked forward a few steps. Then he gave a shout of joy. Xu Lianhua bumped into the back of Zhong Yi, who had suddenly stopped. His wounds immediately hurt. He could not help but say angrily, "What are you doing?" Be softer. Zhongyi looked back at him with unspeakable joy. You are so loud, but you tell me not to be loud. Xu Lianhua felt that there was something wrong with Zhongyi's head. But when he saw the scene in the hut, he immediately understood why Zhongyi was like this. He is first again. Looking at Ding Ning, who was leaning against a pillar and sleeping behind a table, and seeing that Ding Ning did not have many obvious wounds, and confirming that there was no one else near the hut, Xu Lianhua grew silent and felt respect. Once or twice could be explained by coincidence, but too many coincidences were inevitable. My junior sect brother is really extraordinary. Zhongyi entered the hut. When he arrived in front of Ding Ning, he did not know what to do. Xu Lianhua was even more silent. This was because he saw that the tables in these huts only had the simplest gauze used to stop bleeding, and there was no special treatment medicine. He took a deep breath, grabbed some gauze, and walked to a sunny open space behind the hut. He started to take off the tattered clothing that had completely stuck to his wounds. The stuck clothing and blood scabs peeled off his body. His eyebrows twitched and his wounds started to bleed again. Zhongyi walked behind Xu Lianhua and saw that after Xu Lianhua peeled off the clothes and scabs on her body, she let the wound bleed and did not immediately bandage it with hemostatic gauze. He could not help but ask, "You don't know how to bandage?" Xu Lianhua looked helplessly at Zhongyi, who thought of him as an ignorant child. He said, depressed, "Of course not." Zhongyi stilled and said, "Then what are you doing? You also see that there are no other medicines here. Minute Mountain Sword Sect wants us to participate in the following trials with wounds." Xu Lianhua raised her head and narrowed her eyes to look at the scorching sun above her head. She said slowly, "My master once told me that in a situation where there is no other way, sometimes one's own blood and sunlight can be a kind of medicine for fresh wounds. Basking in the sun is useful?" Zhongyi looked suspiciously at Xu Lianhua's bleeding wounds. Using the wind and sunlight to make the wounds naturally clot, and then using gauze to stop the bleeding is definitely more useful than using gauze to forcefully stop the bleeding now. Xu Lianhua looked down at his bleeding wounds. After a moment of silence, he said, "I hope it is useful." Zhongyi knew that Xu Lianhua's condition was not optimistic. He swallowed hard, feeling the warmth of the sun, and said seriously, "I also hope it is useful." Xu Lianhua did not respond. He took a deep breath, raised his sword, and cut away some of the rotting things on his wounds. Sometimes, the best use of friends was to accompany. Zhongyi saw that Xu Lianhua did not need his help. He hesitated and asked, "Basking in the sun is a good thing. Should I move my junior sect brother here?" Xu Lianhua felt pain and said, "That is your junior sect brother. Whether he moves here or not has nothing to do with me." Thinking of Ding Ning's previous performance, Zhongyi knew that even if Ding Ning woke up, he would quickly enter meditation or quickly fall asleep. So he smiled apologetically, returned to the hut, and carried out Ding Ning in the most gentle way possible. He folded some hay and laid it out. Then he put Ding Ning on it. They were both sleeping. He hoped that Ding Ning could sleep more comfortably and warmly. Seeing everything Zhongyi did out of the corner of his eyes, Xu Lianhua still felt that Zhongyi was too meticulous and fussy. But he had to admit that anyone would hope to have such an easygoing and warm senior sect brother. Zhongyi also began to treat his own wounds, and the entire valley became quiet again. At this time, there was another flash of light on the cliffs. Another person had appeared. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.